good? All right. Yep. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Village Council regular meeting December 9, 2025 to order. Show the time at 6:01 PM. I show we have a full quorum, and welcome to our newest council member, Mr. Bob Nunnenkamp. Thank you. That being said, we don't have any remote participation. We're going to go right into the agenda. Are there any changes? Hearing none, I need,
Just one minor note, I did add the minutes from yesterday's special meeting to the adoption of the previous minutes. They were very short.
okay. I'll need a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Next up, we have adoption of the previous minutes. Everyone get a chance to read those over? Give us a minute for the special ones, just to make sure. Why won't this work unless you hit this? Oh. Okay. You go right into marking it up. This is so funny.
Yes.
Okay. Terrific. Okay, anybody have any, bear with me as I'm working through this new, I went to touch the minutes and it started drawing on it, so something new, something I won't have to deal with going forward, I guess. So. Okay, that being said, there's no questions. I need a motion to approve the agenda. I'm sorry, the previous minutes.
I'll make a motion to adopt the minutes from 11:10:25 regular, 12:08:25 special as presented.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next up is Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Next up, we have feedback from the previous public comment period. Do we have any comments or feedback? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next outgoing council business. First up, we have consider acceptance of the official certified results of the November 4th, 2025 municipal elections. We just have to make a motion for that, or? Okay.
All right, I'll make a motion to accept the official results of the November 4th, 2025 municipal elections.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next up, we have information only, STR strap 20% plans received.
Yes, so this is the grant that we wrote back in the beginning of this year. Subsequently, we're awarded $300,000 for stream rehabilitation program. Initially, it was planned for Marvin Branch. We relocated to the 6 Mile tributary, and the 20% plans are in your agenda packets. We are moving forward with the actual 100% plans on what you see here, and that's really it. We did not budget an account for any type of RFP or bidding assistance in our engineering contract, so I'm trying to write that myself and doing a change order for them to do a quick review. So just so you all know and the future council knows, we might come back for a change order on that contract at a later date, but as it stands right now, we're working on it. Here's 20% plans, and we should have 100% plans in the next couple of weeks. That's all.
Any questions from council? Hearing none, we're going to go right into the recognition of outgoing council members. Austin?
Yes. So we do have a plaque for each outgoing council member. Would you like me to go ahead and just go through them? Good, okay.
Yes.
I'm going to start with Wayne. In grateful recognition presented to Owen Wayne Dethridge, council member 2021 to 2025, in recognition of your thoughtful leadership, kindness, and consistent gratitude towards staff and colleagues, your service on the Marvin Village Council has enriched the community and has fostered a culture of collaboration and respect. Thank you for your years of distinguished service.
Thank you. Would you like to take the time to go around just, if,
And on a personal note, Wayne, I want to thank you. When I think of you, I think of the word kindness. You've, more than anyone, I think you stopped by my office just to see how I'm doing. I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you, and I've always appreciated your support.
appreciate you too. And about any other staff members that would want to make any comments, if any?
I have comments, but I'm going to hold mine until the end, if you don't mind.
And same with, okay. And any council members? Maybe hold the end to the end, okay. All right, we'll move on to the next.
Keep it going. In grateful recognition presented to Andrew Charles Wortman, council member 2020 to 2025, in recognition of your hands-on approach, dedication, and willingness to contribute your time and expertise to benefit our community, your service on projects at Marvin Village Hall and Marvin Eford Park has demonstrated your commitment to responsible stewardship and fiscal prudence. Thank you for your years of distinguished service.
Thank you. You want to continue with comments, or? Any?
I can share mine. Andy, you honestly remind me a lot of my father, so I've always appreciated you and seen you in that light. You're very hands-on. You're the jack of all trades, much like my dad. So I want to always thank you. I want to thank you for always willing to help out whenever we've needed you.
Anyone else? May hold their comments. That's fine. Next up.
So he's not here, but we did prepare a plaque for Jamie. In grateful recognition presented to Jamie Harris Line, council member 2019 to 2025, in appreciation of your thoughtful leadership on the village council and dedication to long-term planning for the village of Marvin. Your willingness to ask challenging questions and make timely, principled decisions has helped guide the village towards a stronger, more vibrant future. Thank you for your years of distinguished service. I will miss my many conversations with Jamie. He's always willing to talk and share his opinion and seek feedback. Going. In grateful recognition presented to Kimberly Bach Vandenberg. They misspelled this. I'm going to get this fixed for you. Of course they did. Well, this will be a loaner for now then. Mayor Pro Tempore 2019 to 2025, Council Member 2017 to 2025. In recognition of your bold leadership, direct approach, and, oh Lord, they really did spell this wrong, results-oriented service, your dedication to advancing Marvin's priorities, including the construction of Marvin Village Hall, and your steadfast commitment to effective governance have strengthened our community. Thank you for your years of distinguished service. Don't look at this one too closely until I get the next one.
Not even close.
And there's always one more joke. Kim, when I first met you, I found you to be very intimidating when I first met you. And then I told you my first stupid joke, and you laughed, and then it's just been jokes ever since. You've always been there when I've needed you. A couple years ago when my life wasn't going too great, you were someone that showed me a lot of kindness and grace. And no matter how old I get or where I go, I'll always remember you for that.
Very nice.
And certainly, last but not least, in grateful recognition presented to Joseph Ermely Polino Jr.
I know, that you're
Did they
gonna.
spell it right there?
Yes. Mayor,
It's an Italian name, just so you know.
Mayor, 2013 to 2025, in appreciation of more than a decade of dedicated leadership, your kindness within our community, and your commitment to shaping Marvin's future, including the construction of Marvin Village Hall, your involvement with local schools, and your steady service have left a lasting positive impact on our village. Thank you for your years of distinguished service. And Joe, what can I say? You've always been here. You've always been here. Always been willing to help out, always been supportive, always been a good person to talk to and a good friend. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, at this time, I think we're going to go around the horn and ask if any council members or staff members want to say anything about any of the staff, outgoing members. So, John?
Now I'm not the newest anymore with Bob, but I'll go first. But first of all, having only been on the council 2 years, one of the things that I recognized quickly, even though I had volunteered for many years, is how much more there is to learn. And each one of you as outgoing council members really were open and full access to me as I kind of had to get up to speed on a lot of different issues, whether it was budget or any of those things. So, on the business side of things, that certainly. But having also worked with you folks as a volunteer for many years before, Joe going all the way back, early on with Village of Marvin Eford Park, just personally, I've seen Andy working on the PRG board and just putting his blood, sweat, and tears into so many different projects. While I was on the PRG board, Kim, your leadership as the liaison really helped us in the development of Marvin Eford Park, and your input on so many things was so critical. And again, you were always, as the liaison and me being the chairman, you were always open, available with your time. Joe, in terms of having worked with you, I remember many years ago calling you about a controversial issue and asking you straight out, where you stand on something. And you were straight out and very honest with me. And, I came to respect, why you wanted certain things done in a certain way. And whether the votes go your way or not, you always have to have a respect for the other people's position, and I've always found you to do that too. And we don't all agree on all the issues, but the respect that we have for each other when we don't, I definitely have been exceedingly happy to be able to learn from all of you. Wayne, when I first met you, I didn't know you at the time as much as I knew some of the others because I hadn't interacted with you through PRG as much or anything. But when Austin talked about kindness, that's truly something that I've seen, you present to residents. I mean, you took Coffee with Council to heart as much as anybody did. And I could always remember him calling me after a Coffee with Council, trying to do research on whatever it is that someone brought up. And, even if somebody might have thought that it was a little thing, you always treated it like it was a big thing because it was to that person. And I just really appreciate Jamie as well. And Jamie's not here today. But I knew Jamie before I came on council. And his family and everything, and his situation that he's worked through, and just have a lot of just empathy, and really enjoyed working with all of you folks. I enjoy looking forward to what the new folks can bring to the table as well. But I really want to thank each and every one of you because you've really continued to help Marvin, the great place that it really is. And I want to thank you all for that.
Thank you, John.
This is a small crowd. It's just you and I. They can wish them as council members outgoing, right? It's between you and I. Well, I want to say collectively that I've really been honored to work with everybody. We're all at different levels that we all came on. But I will tell you from the very beginning, when I saw from afar the way things were happening in Marvin, I decided, okay, with a little bit of nudging from Kim, that I said, you know, although I have to blame John Jones for the one that got me into this. But anyway, the nudging of getting into the council, we immediately, as we came in, both Jamie and I, we came under a little bit of duress. And it was a little uncomfortable when we first took our positions, but because of the leadership of Kim and the comfort from Joe, we barreled through that. And what I was excited about, what we've witnessed, is how wonderful it is that we're in this village hall when collectively as a team, you folks were making this happen. This had been a thought from you, Kim, from you, Joe. You wanted to see this happen, and here we are. So both of your leadership helped to make this happen, and there's been a lot of programs, a lot of things that together we all put in place, but it was because of really your foresight in looking where we needed to head that we made those things happen. Of course, Andy, then you came on, you know, to the scene. And I remember through the interview process, my wife had looked at you and said, he has a good aura. I like him. And you've shown that through. You have actually, to everybody's been saying, you've had a hands-on out here making this, you know, and you never asked for anything, you just did it. So I appreciate that. And of course, then Wayne came on, and Wayne, you know, your wisdom, you know, that you've been able to provide, you know, your years of experience helped. So you all will be missed. You all will be missed. So I just thank you for your service and your passion, because you all had it.
Thank you, Bob.
Obviously not a council person, but as a citizen of Marvin, in 2019, I came, well, Andy was part of it, he knows. In 2019, we formed an organization called Marsh. And during that year, there was literally nothing going on in Marvin. Marvin didn't do much of anything, frankly, other than National Night Out, I believe. And the council supported that. And Marsh has become habitat builders, and we've gone from Marvin to almost all of Western Union County, which Christina Culp will talk about. And, you know, I look at all the educational programs we put before the schools, all the speaker series, both for children and adults, in terms of educating people about the importance of wildlife, the environment in Marvin, how do we protect that? And that's because of the council. And the second item is, 4 years ago, you believed in a program called Friendship Tree. And it would have been easy for you guys to say, nah, we're going to pass on Friendship Tree, but you didn't. And because of that, we've helped hundreds of poor children in Union County to have a Christmas that they otherwise would never have had. And it's because of the town council, and as a citizen of Marvin, I want to tell you how much I appreciate it, and other people do as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
I just wanted to say a couple things too, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor. So, you know, I arrived here in 2018, and some of you were the ones that hired me. So we've been together for almost a decade. We've had a lot, you know, that we've experienced together. It was rough for me in the beginning too, just like it was rough for you, Councilman Markley. So, you know, Kim and Joe, you were there from the beginning, and I appreciate all the time and consideration you gave me during those hard times. I'm definitely going to miss the involvement that you guys, all of you collectively, are the most dedicated people that I've ever seen. And it shows in every little thing that you do. I mean, from the little things of Andy and Wayne, I'm sorry, Andy and Joe, getting their feet wet, you know, doing things that can save us money that we've told you time and time, like, you know, don't do that because you're going to get hurt, but you guys did it anyway to save a couple dollars for us, so we appreciate that. And, you know, with UCAM, you've always been very dedicated to not just policies or projects or whatever it is, but, I mean, just as simple as, you know, trying to save some money going to furnish Village Hall. So those little things, but you guys collectively are, again, the most dedicated people that I've ever seen, and I think you having the commitment to do what the community wants and needs, and this Village Hall is a prime example when your name's sitting on the plaque outside that Village Hall door is a prime example of your dedication, and you will always be a piece of Marvin for as long as this building is in existence. So I appreciate all of you individually. I'm thankful that you've laid the path for where we're going. I'm excited to see where the new board is going to take, you know, the path, and thank you so much.
Thanks, Christine. Any other comments? Yeah. Austin?
I feel like everything's already been said, but just to kind of reiterate, when I started here in 2021, all of you guys were the council at the time on top of the two additions with Wayne and John. Overall, it's been a pleasure working with you guys. Definitely one of the most dedicated councils that I've ever, or hands-on involvement council that I've ever worked with collectively. And I've really enjoyed my time. It also is like bittersweet because I feel like you guys have also seen me kind of grow up, get married, baby, and just all that, being a part of that experience. So, you will be missed, and I appreciate the guidance, support, and, everything you guys have done for me and the rest of the staff and the support that you guys have given us. And look forward just to seeing what else you guys will be involved in moving forward. So don't be a stranger.
One last thing, Mr. Mayor. We will miss the free ideas.
They are free. They're always free.
Is that your
Chill.
No,
Yeah,
gotta save the best for last, just kidding.
Save the other one, I've written it down, but if you don't, what is it, if you don't know what you want,
Oh, my saying,
You're going to get
no.
something you don't want.
Yeah. When you don't, my favorite saying is when you don't, because I'd ask people, what do you want? And they say, nothing, we want nothing. I said, very often when you want nothing, you'll get something that you don't want. So I'll leave it at that. But go ahead, Jill, sorry.
Okay, well, I just want to let you all know, it's coming up on 4 years since I've been here and got the pleasure of working with you all. I can't believe I started as the front desk receptionist. Y'all remember that? That was fun. And if it wasn't for all of your love and support and your recognizing unutilized talent, I wouldn't be in the role that I am today. I have grown to love you all dearly, and I know that I captured all of your hearts too. And the new council doesn't know yet that I'm going to capture theirs too. But just wishing you all well, and I hope you come to meetings, and I hope I get to see you. And my first job ever in government, I was in ministry and nonprofit before this, and holy cow. What a ride. And so we'll see what the next ride looks like. But love you all, wish you all well, and you're all in my prayers. God bless.
Thanks, Jill. We want to hear from council. Did you want to say something? I thought I was a little worried when you were going to speak or something.
do you want
But I don't want to put you,
want to read them their rights or something?
I don't want to put you on the spot there, Chaplain.
Well, no, I guess I'll have to speak and get to speak. No, I don't think anyone can ever question the dedication of this council. I've been representing local governments for more than 20 years, and I've never seen a group more involved. You rarely miss meetings. You're so hands-on, sometimes it's scary, including the heavy machinery that was alluded to. You didn't listen to some of the warnings of what could happen operating heavy machinery when you're not an employee, but you cared more about getting the job done. Y'all collectively got a lot of things done, including the space that we're here now, and it's going to be lasting for a long time of your dedication, and I've really enjoyed working with you and getting to know you. You're good people, and I've enjoyed it, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Chaplain.
Thank you, Chaplain. All right, So we'll now turn it over to outgoing council members. Wayne, I'll have you go first if you have anything you'd like to say. Okay. Andrew?
Well, I'd just like to say to the entire village that I appreciate the opportunity to serve this village. It's been close to 14 years of service since I started on PRG and to where I am today. And I appreciate the opportunity. This village is home to me. My children are born here and will continue to live here and at least through high school. And they love it here. And I've enjoyed this whole time. So the council that I've served with has, like has been said, has been very dedicated. They worked very, very hard. And it's on to a new chapter, and we'll see where it goes from here.
Thank you, Andy. Kim?
All right, I wrote mine down because I can't do it off the cuff. Thank you for allowing me the privilege of serving 8 years on the Village of Marvin Council and 6 years as your mayor pro tem. It has been an honor to work alongside dedicated council members, our incredible staff, and a community that continues to support the work needed to keep Marvin moving forward. I am proud of what we have accomplished together, strengthening our roads and intersections. We did get 3 roundabouts done in 8 years. That's pretty good. Expanding our trail and greenway network, enhancing Marvin Eford Park, completing the Village Hall project, which if you guys would have seen the first go-around of it, it's not good. Supporting public safety initiatives, adding an additional deputy. Ed, thank you. Did you want to say anything nice about us? Just kidding. And establishing long-term financial planning that positions our village for responsible growth and stability. These accomplishments reflect years of collaboration, commitment, and a shared belief in protecting what makes Marvin special. To my fellow council members, present and past, I learned a lot from all of you, even the ones in the past. Thank you for your partnership, your honesty, and your commitment to thoughtful leadership. To our staff, you have been the heart of my service. Christina, your steady leadership and guidance carried us through every challenge we had. Austin, your organization, clarity, and professionalism kept our work running smoothly. Jill, your financial expertise and stewardship ensured Marvin remained strong and prepared in the future. Hunter, your planning vision helped shape a village that we can all be proud of. Matt, who's not here, your dedication to public works shows in every improvement residents see and feel. And to all of our park staff, thank you for bringing life and beauty to the spaces that define our community. To our residents, thank you for your continued support, your engagement, and your commitment to this village. Your involvement is what keeps Marvin strong. And to the new council, I wish you all the best and hope that you keep the entire village's best interests at heart. You ran on uniting the village, and I look forward to seeing that. Good luck to you all. Serving this community has been, It has been one of the great honors of my life, and I will leave this role with a deep gratitude and pride in what we accomplished together. It has truly been an honor. Sorry.
Thank you, Kim.
Thanks.
Now you're making me feel like I should have written down all my things. I'm going to go and what she said, plus. Boy, a lot to talk about in the 10 years. No, 12 years. This is a math. You didn't say there'd be math tonight, so. I just want to start, obviously, we'll start with Ed. And you were here at the beginning, I think, when I first came on, and then you left for a little bit and came back. So we always appreciate your support, and we support the county sheriffs. You guys have always been there for us and responded quickly, and we appreciate everything you did as in service, and we appreciate your service to our community. So thank you for that. Jill, just fantastic. I mean, I just to see you grow so quickly and take on the role of finance is amazing to me. My wife being a finance person, I just was truly amazed on how you just took the reins and it really took that job not only seriously, but you were always there for us and you always had answers for us anytime we would have questions. So we truly appreciate. And then beyond that, taking over for Tyler and the things that you did for the community and always being there as a volunteer. I don't know if you know this, for the people out there, a lot of our staff, they take their volunteer time and they come to do our annual events, and we appreciate that. You guys, you have truly been a big part of why I love Marvin, and I appreciate your service to this village. Austin, when you came on, I was truly amazed to see how fast. I'd never seen someone. Well, first of all, back up a second. We were so behind on so behind on minutes for whatever reason, and I won't go down that path. But we were, and not only did you get us caught up, but you got to the point where I think you were actually taking minutes while we were in session, so which was pretty impressive, and you impressed WUMA as well by having the minutes out within minutes of our meeting ending. You would have those minutes ready. So kudos to you and for your continuing education and all the accolades that you've gotten during the time here. You're dedicated to this profession that you've chosen, and we truly appreciate. And the village has something special in you, so we appreciate you. Hunter, you know, we've had numerous planners. I know I could always count on you and sort of dumbing it down for me so I could understand what, you know, some of the things that we were dealing with and that. So I appreciated all of that, and I've seen you grow too with a new marriage and a baby, I think, soon to come. So we're excited for you for that. But the work you've put in, dedication to this community will not be forgotten by me or any of these other council members. We just truly appreciate what you do for the village, and I hope people understand that. I know we get a lot of pushback in the noise that's outside, but truly know once you're in these seats and these positions, we know what you're doing, and you're doing great work for the village. Christina, one of the best choices we've made for the village overall. I think changing the form of government in my tenure was probably one of the best things we did for this community, because a lot of the people don't realize that as we would have different elections and a new wave of people come in, our staff members would be fearful for their jobs, and we didn't want that. It wasn't good, and now we see by changing that form of government, we've had people that have stuck around, and we're paying them, I think, fairly, compensating them in all the ways we can do that, but that keeps good people. And I was worried. I will tell you this story. I think you and I went to some fire event that was going on at Weddington and all these things, and you probably weren't even there a month or two, and you spoke up. And I saw heads turn in all of Union County, and all of us thought, oh, we're going to lose her. I mean, because I know people are going to want you, but we appreciate you staying with the village. We have an excellent person in you that are running this town, and all the little things, and it just, you laugh at my jokes sometimes too. It's always good. So, but no, I truly, truly appreciate your service here with this community. Chaplain, we've gone through a few attorneys, but and in this last few years, we truly appreciate your advice and counsel, and it's always nice to, sometimes, full disclosure, we would go out for maybe a beer after a meeting and talk about, the good thing was it was very little about the village and stuff, so it was good to get to know you on a personal level too, but I appreciate all the service and guidance you have given us in this community, and I think I think we're in a good place with you on board, so we appreciate that, so. And as far as council members, Andy, I mean, I'm your sidekick, I guess I should say. So this was a guy that was always there, and we would get bids, just so you know, for the incoming council, we'd get bids and say, wow, this is crazy pricey. And the reason is because we have such a small budget to work with, and the projects were really small, so we wouldn't sometimes even get bids, and the bids we got were crazy priced. So Andy and I had stepped in numerous times and gotten a little bit of trouble, our hands slapped, because we were doing that, but we understood it, but we also were trying to save the village money. So Andy, I appreciate all of that work and effort, and I was happy to be there for you with that.
I appreciate your labor, Joe.
I'm good with the shovel. Wayne, you know, it was fun, even just the past couple of months, just getting to know you on our walks through the village and stuff as we were talking to people. We did walk a few miles. You probably walked more than me, but truly appreciate your insight and, you know, having you been a part of this, being in the area for so long, and your institutional knowledge about things beyond the village, just because you've been here so long. So truly appreciated your insight, and all the things that, you know, just the times we've had where we just shared with each other. And I'll look forward to seeing you probably at Costco, like we did just the other day. So Kimberly, my sidekick here. So yeah, literally, she literally would kick me for long, you know, no. This, I will tell you, for this community, this is the person that really made things happen. So many different things, from the village hall that you see today, what we were presented with, and you just taking charge with that and saying, no, this needs to be changed, and taking the action. But you have always been the action person here. And I've truly appreciated the time, and in the 8 years you and I have spent next to each other. And you're bold, you're not afraid. I love it. And we could play good cop, bad cop a lot of times. And thank you for allowing me to be the good cop of most of the times. But you know what? Things need to get done, and that's what I truly appreciated about you, that you were also hands-on and truly wanted to get things done, and you made things happen. So appreciate you being right next to me here, and stepping in when you had to as Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciated that as well. So
the way when she stepped in.
yeah, the meetings were shorter, I get it. But there was a time where meetings were hours long. So just want to also thank my family. My wife's in the audience here today, and she's all dressed up. No, it's not because she's excited that I'm not going to be the mayor anymore, and we're not going dancing. We do have another event after this, but my kids, my family, you guys went probably through the most with that. With as many times I got stopped at grocery stores, Joe, get used to it. You'll be at a grocery store, there'll be people pulling you aside saying, I have a question for you or whatever, and the kids just rolling their eyes at times, you know, so. But I truly appreciated that. Most of my stipend, in fairness, pretty much went to babysitting, because Jen was working, and I sometimes needed a babysitter so I could go to a meeting or whatever we had going on with the village here. So appreciate that, but just truly appreciated. I can't tell you enough. If you think for 1 minute that any one of us that are existing or exiting at this time don't care about this village, you're sorely wrong. I mean, it's, and we have families too, so things that are said out there, unfortunately, I'm not online, I don't see it, but I hear a lot about it, and it's unfortunate, and I can only do one thing for those people, and that's pray for them, because we don't need that in this community. We're better than that, we truly are. And I love this community. Every decision, not that I've made many because I don't get the vote, they remind me of that, but every decision we made, it's been thoughtful, given the circumstances that we're presented with. I truly believe this council looked at things and was looking at things from the greater good for the community. And that's all I could ask for, is try to do no harm. Sometimes, you know, people feel they were harmed and they get ugly out there, and that's unfortunate. But we truly, I think this council really wanted the best for Marvin, and we still do. And I'm the incoming council that's coming in. I wish you truly all the best. And I'm a phone call away if you have any questions or need any institutional knowledge, but you do still have some here. And Bob, will welcome you on too. So we appreciate you accepting that role as well. And with that, I think it's, again, I'd like to say thank you. And we'll get into the oath of office for the incoming mayor, if that's okay. All right, thank you. We're going to go up here.
Joe and Joe, come on down.
Joe. Good. So it's not going to change much. Joe, wife, Jennifer, Italian. All right. I'm going to. Okay. All right. I, Joseph Michael Barbara,
I, Joseph Michael Barbara,
do solemnly and sincerely swear
do solemnly and sincerely swear
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States,
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina,
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina,
and to the constitutional powers and authorities
and to the constitutional powers and authorities
which are or may be established for the government thereof,
which are or may be established for the government thereof,
that I will endeavor to support,
that I will endeavor to support,
maintain, and defend the Constitution and laws of said state,
maintain, and defend the Constitution and laws of the said state,
not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States,
not inconsistent with the laws of the United States,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
to the best of my knowledge and my ability,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office as mayor
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties
the duties as my office as mayor
for the village of Marvin, so help me God.
for the village of Marvin, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
They got to make this easier. They got to make this easier.
I'll do Joe. I need you to sign there, write your name and the date. And then sign this one.
And this is what?
That's your minutes. You can sign those.
Okay. You've been doing a lot of this after me, man. That writer's cramp. Is that it? Oh, get the take home. Yeah, thank you.
You put that on the front of the round.
Congratulations. Good
Thanks
luck.
for everything, man.
All right, so we will keep it going.
Look forward to working with you. Yep.
Time to go to work, Joe.
Ain't that easy.
So next up, we'll have Angel.
All right. All right. Got it, yes.
Go
All
slow.
right, I will. Right hand up. I, Angelique Fontana Martin,
I, Angelique Fontana Martin,
do solemnly and sincerely swear
do solemnly and sincerely swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
and laws of the United States,
and laws of the United States,
that I will be faithful and bear true
that I will be faithful and bear true
allegiance to the state of North Carolina
allegiance to the state of North Carolina
and to the constitutional powers and authorities
and to the constitutional powers and authorities
which are or may be established
which are or may be established
for the government thereof,
for the government thereof,
that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution
that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution
and laws of said state
and laws of said state
that are not inconsistent with the Constitution
that are not inconsistent with the Constitution
of the United States,
of the United States,
to best of my knowledge and my ability,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of my office as council member
of my office as council member
for the Village of Marvin, so help me God.
for the Village of Marvin, so help me God.
Congrats. I'll try to keep them short.
Is this what I need to sign?
That name?
Mayor. Sorry, I started printing my name in there. All right, the date, 12/9/2025. Okay.
Look forward to working with you.
I got Fred's here. All right. Right hand? Yeah. I, Frederick Ilaraza,
I, Frederick Elaraza,
do solemnly and sincerely swear
do solemnly and sincerely swear
that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States,
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina,
and to the constitutional powers and the authorities which are or may be established
and to the constitutional powers and authorities which are or may be established
for the government thereof,
for the government thereof,
that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution and laws of the state,
that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution and laws of said state,
that are not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States,
not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States,
to the best of my knowledge
to the best of my knowledge
and ability,
and
that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office
as a council member for the Village of Marvin, so help me God.
as office of council member for the Village of Marvin, so help me God.
Congrats, man.
We will take a short break to seat the new council.
It is. It's been a great, Christina Culp, she's gonna get presenting herself. She's done a wonderful job with that. I give her a lot of credit. Hey, Kim?
Okay.
I don't blame you moving down.
What?
You're moving down.
Yeah. They don't want me
Moving
to.
down and
Now,
moving
now
up.
now they don't want me too close to the lawyer.
Exactly.
Thanks, Jeff. Keep me out of jail, please.
I'll do it. Well, you did it right. We were very lucky.
Great to see you up here. I can't believe you're up here for it. My man.
They live even right now where the new road is being sworn in.
Really glad you're here.
Except I don't need to drink too much.
Well, we won't be in quorum at least, you know, we won't have any quorum issues. So,
I was toast. I'm going,
that's all right. I was feeling good too, man. Yeah, and there was still some bourbon in the bottle. I hope you like that. At Kirkland. Respectable. After a while, it's giving you too much deck.
yeah, we're gonna have a good one.
Yes, we are. We are. It's gonna be fantastic.
Fred, where are you from?
Brooklyn. Yeah, don't hold it against me though. We escaped.
I used to travel the city a lot. I was with Pepsi. And we had an office in Purchase, New York, over Westchester. So I was pretty familiar with that area. We had a lot of guys that came from
And they
How long
also
have you been
escaped.
down here?
It's going on 5 years now.
Hope you enjoy it.
Love it. Love it. Yeah. Wish we came sooner. Weddington Chase. On the far side of Marvin.
Are you the HOA president?
Yes.
We need to get you an HOA president. Usually one of us just goes. We had a really good meeting the other time. On our butterfly initiative and the trees, the tree city ordinance. We had every significant neighborhood. I didn't know you were HOA president. I'm gonna try to coerce you into going to one of those.
Yeah, we just had a changeover actually. Tomorrow's the meeting.
Oh, you got the low rider?
Kids used to
Hands up
do
with those off.
a monarch butterfly. We would go out to this huge kind of public park, and with the help of a gentleman who was part of the program, they would have these little tiny stickers, and we put them on the butterfly wings. And then, when they got to New Mexico, they could scan them, and then they would know, information about them. Yeah, kids would learn about them. Every time, it's like it's unreal.
I know, it's almost made up.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Because if anybody sat me down and said, this little thing
there's
is
no way.
leaving North Carolina.
There's no way. It's the same forest.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's incredible. No. That's one thing great about the Habitat Builders is working with the children and planting trees on school campuses around here and teaching them all that. As I said, Christina does a phenomenal job. She's got more energy than she's ever ready bunny.
It's important.
She's an asset.
Is this mine?
This is mine. I think, or this may be me. Let me see. Oh. Well, this one's empty. Either one.
I'm just expanding all across
No
the room.
problem.
Press those.
just make sure your mics are on if you're speaking.
Okay, welcome. We're going to reconvene the meeting. This is the regular meeting for the Village of Marvin. It is the 9th of the month, and the current time is 6:56. You're going to go right into pro tem? Okay.
Order of business.
All right. The first order of business is we're going to nominate and appoint our mayor pro tem for this council. I'm looking for it here in my agenda. Okay. Who wants to put a motion out there to nominate
Mayor, I'd
Mayor
like
pro
to
tem?
put a motion forward. I'd like to nominate Angel Martin for Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved?
So you have a motion on the table to appoint Angel Martin as mayor pro tempore. You will need to vote if there are no other nominations.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Congratulations, Angel Martin, new Mayor Pro Tem of the Village of Marvin. Thank you.
We have to do one more oath of office.
Oh.
Do this one more time.
Yep, one more time? Okay.
Do we gotta go up there?
Go ahead and go up there. Mayor Pro Tem.
Pen here.
Raise your right hand. I, Angelique Fontana Martin,
I, Angelique Fontana Martin,
do solemnly and sincerely swear
do solemnly and sincerely swear
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States,
that I will support
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States,
of the United States,
and I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina
and I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina
and to the constitutional powers as well as authorities which are
and to the constitutional powers and authorities which are
or may be established for the government thereof,
or may be established for the government thereof,
and that I will endeavor to support,
and that I will endeavor to support,
maintain, and defend the Constitution and laws of said state,
maintain, and defend said Constitution and laws of the state
that are not inconsistent with the Constitution
that are not inconsistent with the Constitution
of the United States,
of the United States,
to the best of my knowledge as well as ability,
to the best of my knowledge as well as ability,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of my office of Mayor Pro Tempore for the Village of Marvin.
of my office of Mayor Pro Tempore for the Village of Marvin.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Great job. She signs here.
Signs anytime. Everyone can take a break after this.
No more oaths.
No more oaths.
Okay.
All right. I gotta see what's next up on the agenda. And just say it, don't, no motion to be made, or, okay. Okay, got it. Okay, next we're gonna do the public comment and open it up. Austin, take it away.
Sorry, a lot of paperwork over here. First up is Ron Hamill, 3219 Oak Brook Drive. Duly noted. Last up, Kim Vandenberg.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Kim Vandenberg, 806 Cappington Lane. I noticed on the agenda that you guys are considering adding lights to Village Hall. You guys ran on being fiscally responsible. The village purchased their own lights to put up every year for roughly $3,000. These would be over $16,000, almost $17,000. So if you guys are looking to cut fat, that's probably a place to do it. So I would consider not doing that since we've already spent money on it and we have the lights. So that's it. Thank you.
No one else has signed up to speak. So you're good to move on to presentations.
Okay, we're going to move on to the presentations, and we've got from the Habitat Builders, Christina Culp, who's done a fantastic job with it. She's going to speak.
You can. Just make sure you turn that microphone on before you start. Ooh, I love free stickers.
Take one of each, or multiples. I got a box over here. Well, it's wonderful to be here. I wish I had thought to do this years ago. I should have always done this. My name is Christina Culp, and I am the director of Habitat Builders. Bob told you a little bit about us earlier. I want to introduce or reintroduce our organization to all of you and everybody that's here. First of all, I want to thank council and staff for all the support that you've given us over the years. And we could talk about that for hours, but we do not have time, to your point. Originally, we were formed in 2019, and originally we were called Marsh, and that stood for a really long thing. And 2 years ago, we changed our name to Habitat Builders. If you care to know about that, you can ask me sometime. It's a longer story too. But we picked that name because that is what we're trying to do, is to try to help people understand how to build habitat and the importance of that in this area. In 2019, when this group was formed, the main goal was to become and I want to make sure that I say it right, a wildlife community habitat as soon as possible. That was the goal. And by the end of that year, and I wasn't part of this, so I can really brag about it, by the end of that year, Marvin was that. We got enough houses, enough residents, and enough parks and public spaces that were part of the program that we were working with, and we became a wildlife community in less than a year. I'm not sure that that's ever been done before or since. Anyway, in 2023, we were named North Carolina Wildlife Federation Chapter of the Year. We were all very surprised by that, but very happy with it. Our planning group is small but mighty. You know Bob, myself, then Leanne Black is here, Danielle Mintz is here. Where did Jennifer, Barbara, some of you know her very, very well. And I'm missing Pam Pinozzo and Ron McLaughlin. And so that is our planning team, and we do all the things that we do with that small group of people. Our mission is to educate and engage the community about the importance and benefit of restoring, protecting, and conserving wildlife and natural habitat in our area. And frankly, the butterflies and the bees don't know where the state line is and where the county line is, so sometimes we dip our toe across the lines, don't tell. We have a strong social media presence on Facebook and Instagram, and we have a nice, relatively new website, habitatbuilders.org. Please follow us and sign up for our newsletters. We also do a quarterly newsletter, and we plop something in the Marvin newsletter it's twice a month technically, right? Yeah, it seems like constantly, but yeah. Since 2019, we have hosted 45 educational events and 52 volunteer events just in Marvin. There have been others, but those are the ones that are just in Marvin. To give you a taste of what we've done Arbor Day events at local elementary schools. We've been doing that for 4 years, I believe. And we do that with Keith O'Haron. You've probably met him. He's our urban forester in the county. We've done speaker events on topics like Coyotes, snakes, those are the two big ones. That'll get you a room full of people, coyotes or snakes. We should do them together sometime, see how that goes. Bats, amphibians, birds, all those kind of things. We do invasive plant removal workshops, both at Marvin Eford Park, and we've done some on Tullamore Trail. We've done a moth night, and we plan to do a few more of those in the future. We've done gardening classes in this very room. We did those for a couple of years. There's a 4-class series. We've done pollinator counts at Marvin Eford Park. We've done a huge tire and trash removal. That was at Marvin Creek, right? Yeah, yeah. How many pounds? Over 350 tires. Yeah, they weren't tires. They were tires. Yeah, yeah. It was a lot. We provide native wildlife for Marvin Day. We've done lots of pollinator garden cleanup and, quite frankly, planting at Marvin Eford Park. We've done nature walks and scavenger hunts at Marvin Eford Park, and we started managing the community garden at Marvin Eford Park this year. So, in 2020, since 2025 is nearly over, literally nearly over, we've got great big plans for next year. We plan to continue everything that I've already mentioned there. The Arbor Day at local elementary schools, where, by the way, we plant 2 trees for each of those schools, and they're pretty good-sized trees. Our invasive plant removal workshops, we have one of those coming up on the 20th of December at Marvin Eford Park, as a matter of fact. Continuing the pollinator garden planting and cleanup, scavenger hunts, all those kind of things. But the highlight of next year is going to be the next thing that's on your agenda. And that is the Mayor's Monarch Pledge, which we are extremely excited about. And the bestest part of all is that we didn't come up with it, she came up with it. Christina is the one that brought that to everyone's attention, excuse me, which is wonderful when somebody kind of other than those of us who are preaching all the time is doing it. So that's wonderful. So to give you a little bit of background about the Mayor's Monarch Pledge, that is a National Wildlife Federation program. North Carolina Wildlife Federation is different than the national, but we all get along and kind of do the same things, similar things. So this program is meant to bring awareness and a positive response to the continued decline of the monarch butterfly population, meaning, is there stuff that we can do about this to help this horrible situation? Monarch butterflies, since the 1990s, their population has decreased by at least 80%. The ones in the West Coast, it's even worse than that. But here on the eastern group of them, it has decreased by at least 80%. This is due to a loss of habitat, it's due to an overuse of pesticides, and it's due to changes in climate. So one of those we can absolutely do things about. That's why I'm wearing this. Monarchs require milkweed to survive. Their babies, those caterpillars, eat only milkweed. And on the one hand, you could say you're a little picky, animal, but we're going to try to make sure that they survive, because as one kind of species goes, so often does other species. So one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is plant lots and lots of milkweed. And so the way to do that is that we are adding a pollinator garden to the new park here. Sorry, I always get turned around. To the new park here, and it's going to have milkweed in it. And this particular kind here, actually the orange kind, we're adding more pollinator plants to Marvin Eford Park. Mostly, we've already done that, but we'll keep adding those. We've also come up with a plan to have HOAs add pollinator gardens in their public areas. We're early stages with that, but we plan to have at least one of those for next year, right, Bob? And then we're also going to have a program for any resident in Marvin or the area, because again, the butterflies don't know where we all live. They don't know about the lines. And so we're going to have a program for residents to be able to purchase a garden and plant it in their yard. So, and of course it will have milkweed in it and other pollinator plants, native pollinator plants. We're also offering a program about monarchs and milkweed at Marvin Elementary School for the 2nd graders. Thank you, Jill, for helping us get that done. And this will be an annual, our plan is for this to be an annual program, sort of like our Marvin Arbor Day that we just started this year. So it's another ongoing program so every year we'll hopefully add a few more gardens along the way. Those are the things that we're doing right now. I'm really excited about looking forward to future collaboration, and I open it up for any questions that you guys may have of me.
just if I could. A lot of these folks, Bob, Christina, Jennifer, very proud to have served with all of them at one time or another on our PRG board. And a lot of this really came out of, you folks serving. So, one thing that I would say to the public, is, look at these opportunities that we have on our different boards as stepping stones to bigger things, because you folks, whether it's this or the work that you do in conjunction with Trees Union and, many of the things, the tentacles are reaching out, and you folks are doing a tremendous job. I'm proud that the village supported it when it kind of started coming out of the PRG board, because
We were very appreciative of
yeah,
that.
and you were starting from scratch, and you mentioned, getting that award. I remember in the first year as Marsh from the North Carolina Wildlife Fund, and that was amazing. So I thank you for all your good work, especially around Marvin Eford Park. I've been involved with your outreach to the HOAs and so
Right.
forth for the pollinator gardens. But really, thank you all for your work, and we appreciate it.
Well, thank you, thank you. Any other questions of me?
I just want to say I'm very proud of what you guys have done. I was at the tire cleanup a few years
Oh,
ago.
goodness.
Bob, we were rolling tires that some of them
Literally.
were 50, 60 years old buried back there. Old Dunlops, and it was crazy. And my wife takes this stuff very seriously. We have a pollinator garden behind our home, and we got to figure out.
Yes, I've heard about it.
We're
yeah.
going to understand, yeah, and we're going to figure out what maybe we can do around our mailbox to maybe do something for the monarch butterflies. And
Awesome.
our daughter's excited about it too, so thank
Of
you very
course.
much.
She's our chief coloring officer, by the way. She's the
Oh.
one that manages all the coloring that happens at our events. Because
Very
that
nice.
is very important, very
I-
important.
I learn something every day.
Yeah,
Thank
chief
you.
coloring officer.
Just one other thing too, if you could just describe, I know that, initially we had to have certain number of homes to get their own certifications,
Right.
but I remember I had that certification for years before, we had just run across it.
So
but-
we counted you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you counted me, but, so what can folks do to get their individual homes certified and so
Perfect.
forth?
Perfect question. And the certification program that John's talking about is through the National Wildlife Federation. But you can certify your house. Actually, you can do it through, well, your property. You can do it through the National Wildlife Federation, or you can do it through the North Carolina Wildlife Federation. You get two different signs. But the National Wildlife Federation is just a little bit more difficult, but I'll bet you are all doing it. You provide food, water, cover, and a place for wildlife to raise their young. To me, cover and a place to raise your young, sort of the same thing. And you decrease as much as possible, which I would say all, use of pesticides and herbicides that are not organic, and I would probably toss out most of the organic ones too. But anyway, you try to do sustainable practices. And with that, you get a sign and you post it in your yard, and you get to talk to your neighbors about how wonderful you are. And hopefully then they do the same thing. And then we put a little tick mark on our Excel spreadsheet that says you are part of the wildlife community. North Carolina Wildlife Federations is even easier. It's, yes, I'll be good, yes, I'll take care of wildlife, and they'll give you this, their sign is really pretty too. So ways that you can do all of that yourself, yeah. And I'm happy to, those are all on our website, by the way, all of those certification programs. Anything else?
My wife, Claudia, was excited to hear about this. I was telling her about it. Because Leanne, we've got that big butterfly bush that's on the side of our house, and there's monarchs all over the place.
And she showed me pictures of the beautyberry that she picked up at that one of our events.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We need to make our bush, I guess, or it's a big bush, a national monument or something.
Yeah, anybody who needs beautyberry, we will always have that available for you. Beautyberry, yes. Thank you to the park that makes beautyberry. Anything else? Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you can move on to the proclamation signing.
So with that, we're going to do the proclamation in support of the Mayor's Monarch Pledge. Whereas a monarch butterfly is an iconic North American species whose populations have declined dramatically due to habitat loss, pesticide use, as well as climate change. And whereas Cities, towns, villages, as well as communities have a critical role to play in helping to save the monarch butterfly, in creating habitat, as well as educating citizens about how they can make a difference at home and in their community. Whereas the National Wildlife Federation's Mayor Monarch Pledge empowers municipal leaders to take action to help save the monarch, as well as other pollinators, through sustainable practices, habitat creation, as well as community engagement. And whereas the Village of Marvin is committed to preserving the environment, enhancing natural habitats, as well as promoting sustainability for the benefit of current and future generations. And whereas participation in the Mayor's Monarch Pledge supports the village's broader goals of environmental stewardship, native landscaping, and public education through outreach programs, demonstration gardens, as well as community events. Now therefore, I, Joseph Michael Barbara, Mayor of the Village of Marvin, do hereby proclaim that, number one, the Village of Marvin will take the National Wildlife Federation's Mayor's Monarch Pledge. The village will work to increase the pollinator habitat through municipal actions, as well as partnerships with local organizations, schools, as well as homeowners associations. And number three, the village will actually promote native plants, especially milkweed, and monarch conservation through education, community involvement, and demonstration projects. Be it further proclaimed that the Village of Marvin encourages all residents, businesses, as well as institutions to join in this effort to support the recovery of the monarch butterfly and protect our environment. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the Village of Marvin to be affixed on this 9th day of December 2025. Thank you. Oh, great. Thanks, Austin. Okay. Christina, were you going to get a photo or anything? Okay, all right, great. Thank you, Christina. All right, the next order of business, reports and updates. So the manager's report, L1, Christina.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have much to report tonight. Most of my time has been spent onboarding and, going over lots of new stuff, working with staff on retreat planning, so that's all I really have at this point.
All right, next up is going to be clerk and communications report.
All right. In your agenda packets, you have an Excel sheet just showing some of the topics that we plan to talk about in the next month. It's really most of your run-of-the-mill sort of things, your meeting schedules. We are going to start the Mayor's Monarch informational post that we've worked on the last few months. You've got holidays closures, and we also post the school closures and things like that. So you'll get these sorts of things from me every month. You just look through and tell me if there's anything you think's missing that you'd like to see. Hold on, let's see.
I mean, I see an attachment, but it might be error.
While he's working on that, Mr. Mayor, I'll just tell you the topics are holiday tree collection, the meeting schedule, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, Coffee with Council, Teacher Work Day, Martin Luther King Day, Coffee with Council, and then some habitat builders articles. That's all that's listed for January. So.
Okay, great. All right, next up, we've got the planner's report.
Good evening, council. I got 3 items that I would like to update you on. First being Polemy, who was our planning tech. For those that don't know, she recently left and moved to New Jersey, so we had that position advertised. We did hire a gentleman by the names of Lucas Holden. His first day is tentatively going to be January 5th, so he'll be starting then. He comes from a community in Pennsylvania. He went to school here in Charlotte, but his family is from Pennsylvania and wanted to get back to the Charlotte area, so we're excited to have him be joining us in the next year, I guess. Second thing is the comp plan. Once again, we're underway on that. Our website did go live last week, and it's an opportunity, the link's now on our website, opportunity for residents to provide comment, feedback that will be potentially incorporated into the plan, as well as follow along on the process. So if you have not had a chance, feel free to go check that out. And then finally, tonight on the agenda, we do have a public hearing for the text amendments or changes to Chapter 93. All that's in basically for our Tree City USA application that we will be submitting once those ordinances are hopefully adopted. I began the application, getting the materials and stuff together, and so we'll be submitting that next week, and hopefully I don't know the timeline on when we will hear if we were awarded, but we will have that submitted next week, and I will keep you guys updated on that. Yes, sir.
On the public comment, the public comment live, is there a filter system? In other words, if certain comments are not appropriate for a public forum, are we filtering these? And how is that judgment being made?
So the website is hosted by our vendor. I myself or no other staff has access to the back end of the website. What our vendor did do based off of some of the comments and stuff received when the website went live is we did take the public view of that down. All comments and everything submitted either when the website went live up until the end of the plan for the most part is recorded in the back-end data, and like I said, that will be all incorporated into the plan. So due to, like I said, the comments and stuff that were getting posted on that website, we have just removed the public view portion of that. However, all the comments are still recorded. They will all still be incorporated in as part of the data set, as well as you can still go and submit comment. It's just not going to be viewed for public purposes.
I got a quick question for you, Hunter. Is there a way that we can identify the unique number of IPs? Because it seems like there may have been some pranksterism going on that site where people created aliases. So say you got 50 comments, but most of them were made by 4 or 5 people. Is there a way that we can identify that and just know what the real data is on, are there 50 people engaging in this, or is it really just 8 people goofing around and saying, not so good things?
So we do have on the backend data the IP addresses tracked. However, I don't have a way to directly associate it if it's one person on different devices or something. I do have a call with our vendor tomorrow with Kimley Horn to discuss this. When we were talking through the public engagement side of our website, I thought the sticky note idea was a way for people to share kind of their thoughts. I thought it was going to be, hey, we don't want greenways, or we do want greenways, stuff that's like that. And my own fear was there, is to your point, is that maybe somebody says or floods it 5, 6, try to skew the data, but that can always be counteracted in one way or another. But what happened is obviously other things were said and were flooded that way. So I'll have more information on that after I speak with Kimley Horn tomorrow. I'm not sure if there's a way to, through Social Pinpoint, who's the website platform, for them to track that. But once again, like I said, all of it's being recorded. But their job as a consultant will then be to filter through and potentially take out the comments and stuff that are actually related to the planning process.
I think it'd be more valuable for it to be submitted and not be seen by everybody.
And that's currently how we have it set up now. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, we've got the Public Works report.
That's me. Guys have been working, Marvin Eford Park had some barn repairs done. Those repairs are finished. Most of the work the guys have been doing is getting ready for the Tree Light Festival that we had last week, this weekend, I should say, and Jill can bring that up in the events listing here shortly. But we're working on some sidewalk repairs right now and some curbing repairs, so you might see some guys out doing some work. This is contract work, so it's not our actual Public Works guys, but it is in our Public Works department. And aside from that, we'll start working on some stormwater and some stormwater gutter type infrastructure repairs next. So I'll keep you posted on that.
I want to make one comment about the event at the barn on Saturday. I thought was awesome. The public work guys really did a great job. And, you know, they joked around about hanging the lights and getting up on lifts and everything like that, which kind of leads to a real quick question I have. Kim, you know, brought up a point that they pay $3,000 a year to get the lights put around here, around the building. Yet there was a proposal or an idea for getting something more permanent put in. This is something we can obviously discuss, but if we can keep people up on, or keep people off ladders and high lifts more often, and there's a solution to not have to change lights every 5 or 6 years, if it's more of a permanent thing, maybe that's something we consider, but. It's on the agenda, okay, yeah. We'll certainly cover that. The next item up for bid is, we've got the deputies report. Nope, it's not?
I think you.
Parks and Rec report, I beg your pardon, Jill.
That's okay.
Gosh, and you've already won my heart with the gluten-free pizza, so thank you very much. You're already off to an awesome start with us.
Thank you, thank you. Well, you'll notice, I don't know why, but there's never a finance report on here, but I do get to talk when I'm doing Parks and Rec, so that's fun. I did just want to update you all. It's been a while since we've had one of these, and the Friendship Tree was under my purview this year, and that is finally wrapping up. Tomorrow we will have the trailer here. We'll have all of the gifts being loaded. Huge thank you to the Young Men's Service League of Marvin, who were here last night, bundling up and packaging all of these gifts for all these kids, and they're coming back tomorrow night to load Joe Polino's trailer full of these gifts, and then Joe's going to actually be driving it to the Union County Christmas Bureau Friday morning. So just a huge thank you to those volunteers because they do a lot for us. The village was able to help 40 kids this year. We got them all taken care of pretty quickly. I tried to go back to the Christmas Bureau and get more, and they said, we're done. We don't have any more. So I don't know. That was an odd thing. Normally there's more kids than but it is what it is. But we helped as many as we could, and we're really proud of that. Thank you to everybody who came to the tree lighting. It was great to see you and Jennifer there, John and Tracy as well. And it was really nice for me personally to have outgoing mayor and incoming mayor do the countdown together. I thought that was a really cool thing for the community, a nice way to pass the torch, so that was fun. It was a great event. We parked at least well over 100 cars, so probably, 400 to 500 people. It was nice, and it was warm. So those of you that stayed home because it was too cold, it was actually really warm inside that barn, almost a little too warm. But anyway, thank you for your support with these events, and if you all have any questions, just let me know.
I'd just like to make a comment. There's a lot of logistics involved with the Friendship Tree. And Jill has done a phenomenal job with it. And
Thank
I
you.
think the community owes you a lot of thanks for that. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Jill. Next up, we've got the deputies report. Deputy Swan, welcome.
Generally, what I do is I ask if there's anything that stands out on the report that you guys want me to elaborate on or anything like that. So I'll start with that. Is there anything that you guys received that you want clarification on or any explanation for that's on this report? I will tell you that over the past month, I've run a couple radar patrols, one on Joe Carr and one over at the new development, Jones Development, going over on Newtown Road, and people are starting to slow down, so the off-duty cars that are out here working, the school zone and stuff in the morning is starting to pay off. They're starting to slow down. If you look at some of the traffic signs, there's still some there. I know previous council had concerns about some of the speeds. Generally, those are happen in the middle of the night, and they're probably either sports cars or motorcycles. But generally, most of the people that drive in Marvin are driving within the posted speed limit, great majority of them.
Hey, Ed, I know we moved our mobile speed device a while ago down by the Heritage at Marvin. Just, it seemed like there were a lot of people speeding, kind of coming from the state line and around that curve and so forth. Is that an area where we still have a problem with? Does it make sense to move that sign anywhere else at some point?
Yes, because when I set up out there, I think one day I set up there for a couple hours and I wrote 10 citations. And it's still, when I go out there, I'll be out there again this weekend. The other part that I'm trying to hit is this morning I couldn't get turned around on 2 cars coming the opposite direction down Marvin School Road over by Wyndham Hall. And they were at 50+ miles an hour. So I'm gonna try to find a place to set up at that subdivision, try to get them coming the other way toward Ray Road, to see if we can get them to slow down coming that way.
But as far as the radar sign, it's still
the
serving
radar
its
sign
purpose
still
over there,
yes.
especially with the construction and
Yeah,
stuff?
I think it is. Yeah, it's getting people to slow down where they're coming in and out with those trucks.
Okay.
The other thing, I'll be sending out another email. I don't know if any of you have been on the HOA boards. I was notified a few days ago, these QR codes that you're seeing going around, they've got people going out making stickers, and they're placing it over the top of those QR codes. And if you go up there and scan it, thinking that you're donating or signing up for something, they get your information and they're stealing from you. So I'll be putting another email out about that probably on Friday to let the HOAs pass it on to their residents that check those QR codes and make sure they're legit. Go up and pick on them and make sure there's not a sticker on there. But I would point out to the new council that our car breaking and enterings is again at 0. We have gone several months since I've been back, several months without a reported, I always say reported, car breaking and entering in Marvin. You can't say that anywhere else in the county. Weddington gets them all the time, Waxhaw gets them all the time. Countywide, it's a problem. And I don't know if it's exactly me or the HOAs working with me to getting this information out about not leaving stuff in your cars, but it's really paying off. Does anybody have any questions or anything?
Just add one more. I personally saw at least a couple of accidents over the last couple of months tying things up over at Bonds Grove and Waxhaw Marvin, that intersection. But we don't necessarily get accident reports here. Is there a separate kind of accident report?
If that is in Marvin, we get the reports on our all I break it down is by accidents that we've had.
Yeah.
I don't know of any accidents that we had over there this month.
Okay.
I know I worked I think 2 the month before.
Yeah.
But accidents as a whole have been really ridiculous across the county. We had 7 accidents in 1 hour countywide.
Yeah.
And most of them were taken by deputies.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, request you guys to amend the agenda and move some things around real fast, not really amend the agenda, but just move some things around. If we can go ahead and go into closed session here, we could just stop at the deputy's report, go into closed session, and then come back if you guys don't mind.
And you don't need to make any motion for that. You can just call for it.
Great. We're gonna deviate from what the schedule is here. We're gonna go into closed session, and we will be back. Thank you.
I do need one motion to go into closed session.
One motion.
It's in the system.
Good.
They're very precise on we have to state certain things to go into closed session.
Got it.
That's why it's an hour, but.
You can either read it, or I can read it and someone say so moved.
Okay, let's find it here.
I can read it for you.
Want to read it, Austin? Thank you.
to recess into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A3 to consult with an attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege, and to give instructions regarding Chris Victoria Comiskey v. Village of Marvin and Kim Vandenberg, 25 CV 000445890 and 3:25 CV 00087F DW, DCK, and Robert Epps, Marissa Epps, and Robert Eric Epps, LLC versus Village of Marvin, 25 CV 004330890.
So moved.
I could have went faster. And you need a vote. All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right,
We're in closed session.
thank you.
Okay.
One time I called my kids, and everybody was in closed session, and I called my kids, and I was having a heated conversation with my daughter. The mics were on.
Oh, no.
And I was like,
Oh, no.
I hear about this. I was like, somebody in Marvin's listening to me yell at my kids, and it's gonna be on next door by
Maybe somebody
tomorrow.
else got some good parenting, you know?
I messaged Austin, I was like, Austin, you need to cut.
Okay, we're going to reconvene. It is 9:12 in the evening. We're going to get back to reports from each board, and we're going to do the planning board report.
So the planning board met on November 18th, and basically the one only topic that we covered was what we're going to be dealing with, which is the Marvin Code of Ordinance regarding the tree standards and regulations. So, and Hunter already jumped on that and talked about that.
Thanks, Bob. We're going to move on to the PR&G board report.
From a PRG board report, we did not have a PRG board meeting in December, so I stand on what my previous one was. We do, one thing about PRG, as folks know, Tyler Honeycutt resigned to move across state with his girlfriend, who who got a job out there. You know, I know that Jill has taken on and other staff a lot more responsibilities in terms of some of the events and things like that that are really kind of over and above and beyond their regular responsibilities and so forth. So, you know, one of the things we'll have to discuss is backfilling that position and/or working with the PRG board or, you know, other folks in terms of, I just don't know that staff can continue, you know, as they're right now, additionally doing those things, so.
One of the things I think we can look at are the activities we do as a community and review each one of them and decide which ones we'd like to keep, and ones we may not want to keep. And we may find that we don't need to have that position, depending on number or size of scope. You know, I think that's something we should consider as well.
Yeah.
We do a lot of good things.
Yeah.
But we do a lot of things, and if you know what I mean. So I think that's something to look at.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
And just how we'll fill that hole, you know.
I wouldn't stray too far off. That's a little off topic for the agenda item. Just want to keep you guys in the boundaries.
Okay.
John, is that it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. The next thing is Coffee with Council debrief.
I was the only one at Coffee with Council that day, but I did meet with, I think it was probably around 6 or 7 residents. We discussed a variety of issues. Some of them, of course, had to do with the recent change in council and change in direction in a couple of different areas. Some were questions in regards to the Marvin Branch, the Marvin Trail Connector and things like that. Certainly, as I've stated before, you know, a lot of that is currently tied up in litigation. So, you know, we're kind of letting the lawyers and stuff rely on that information. There were also questions, you know, of course, about the upcoming council vacancy and appointment. So some of those issues were discussed. And then just general conversations about, you know, concerns with, you know, whether it be, you know, the types of things that we're spending money on, things of that nature. You know, certainly, and then some of the folks that were there were folks that either had applications in for council vacancy or other vacancy, so some of those things were spoken about as well.
Thanks, John. Next item up is L10, the WUMA report.
I can actually give this one. I know, Joe, that you and Tom were there. I took the minutes for the meeting. The municipalities really kind of gave their holiday updates on what they're planning. They had a larger discussion over jointly hiring a lobbyist to be an advocate for Western Union County at the General Assembly. Additionally, they talked about wanting to schedule another meeting with our state delegation, our state representatives and senators, and having the county manager come back for a future WUMA meeting. Mayor Polino also was rallying support for a proposal by the Marvin Ridge Athletic Booster Club to privately fund an expansion of their strength training facilities. The County Board of Education has been unwilling thus far to let them fundraise in that way, as they view it as being unfair to the rest of the county. Marvin did adopt a resolution to support those efforts, and he encouraged the other municipalities to do the same. And that was pretty much, that was the main topics of discussion.
Great, thank you. And then now we're going to cover what we've got the consent agenda. The first item up,
So you don't discuss these, it's
We
just a
don't.
motion. It's just a motion to approve the
Okay.
consent agenda. as
Okay.
presented.
Need a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All nays? Okay, it passes. or it's been approved. Move on to, let's see, public hearings.
So we need a motion.
So as the mayor, you just have the ability to call the public, to open the public hearing.
Okay, we're going to open the floor. As a public hearing, we have one guest in the chamber. Louis, you,
In the public,
So
public
way,
hearing,
the
go
way
ahead.
this normally works is Hunter goes through his staff report, and then we go through the sign-up sheet to see who signed up.
oh, okay, so it's not necessarily a public comment from anyone in the gallery. it's,
If they have to have signed up during the beginning of the meeting.
okay, okay. All right,
So the
got it.
public hearing is to consider adoption of the ordinance for amendments to Chapter 93 of the Marvin Code of Ordinances regarding tree standards and regulations.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to high level. The short end of it is, so when we adopted the MDO last year, we have a article in Article 11 of the MDO, which specifically ties to landscape, tree protection and stuff in regards to development. We did have Chapter 93, which is part of our Code of Ordinances, which tied stuff back to the old zoning language, but also had some public tree standards, and Article 11 did as well. So essentially what this is doing is taking all the development regulations out of Chapter 93, and that will be part of a future text amendment to Article 11, but making Chapter 93 our public tree ordinance. Basically, all public tree requirements, who's responsible, it's basically given the authority to the Parks, Rec, and Greenway as the tree advisory board. They're already doing that in their capacity in general, so it's basically just putting that in writing. But all of this is to basically meet the criteria for the public tree ordinance requirement for Tree City USA. Of course, it's not working. It was, but I was going to show you just high level of like what existing Chapter 93 is, but essentially, like I said, it's old stuff that really doesn't mesh with Article 11, and Article 11 has clear kind of outlines of that. And so basically, this is repealing the existing Chapter 93 and replacing it with this new language that's specifically public tree. So it's any tree that's on public property, owned and maintained by the village, public right-of-ways, and so on. It also outlines kind of standards for nuisance tree removal on private property. Nuisance trees are defined in this ordinance, but it does not get into the private property removal. That was something that was discussed at Planning Board. That's something that's going to come back to them. So everything in this ordinance is basically public tree only, and is in relation to what the Tree City USA defines as the public tree ordinance.
Okay, great, thank you. Unfinished business.
So, not yet.
Not yet.
So, just for the sake of formality, no one signed up to speak during the public hearing. So you could go ahead and close the public hearing, and then you guys can proceed into discussion, and if you want to consider adoption of the ordinance. So first would be to close the public hearing, and you can just declare it closed as mayor.
Okay, I am declaring the public hearing closed. Next order of business would be to adopt the ordinance repealing Chapter 93. Let's see.
If someone wants to
To
consider.
adopt an ordinance repealing Chapter 93, trees to replace it with the new Chapter 93, Village of Marvin Public Tree Ordinance of the Marvin Code of Ordinances, and find that the proposed text amendments are consistent with the Village of Marvin 2020 Land Use Plan and other officially adopted village plans, and is reasonable and in the public interest.
Wait, are we voting on this?
Yes.
Do we have these amendments somewhere?
Yeah,
They're in your agenda packets. At least I think they are.
Yeah, they're all here.
Yeah.
They're in the workbook.
If someone wants to make the motion, you can go into further discussion, to add your discussion.
Okay.
Because I'm just not seeing anything, so, I mean.
You might have to go help them.
Opening the floor for further discussion.
Is it this one?
It's all of them. If you scroll down, there's
I think,
if
Fred
anyone
made the, didn't you make the motion?
Did anyone make?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to make sure.
I don't, okay, wait, I'm sorry.
No, we just closed the public hearing, but this ordinance is very standard. It's a uniform ordinance that's really following a lot of the procedures from the state to get it declared, and it only applies to the public trees.
So in the planning board meeting, we talked about this, and there were things that I don't know that,
So you brought up everything regarding private trees and development, and none of any of
none of
this.
that's in there?
No.
Okay.
As I said, so this is just specifically public trees. Anything that's in the current 93 that's being repealed regarding development, I've already got drafted text amendments that will go to planning board in January for Article 11. This is specifically for public tree and the requirements and regulations for those. And like I said, mainly for our Tree City USA
So this,
application.
So one of the issues in planning board was private property.
This
and
is
You
not-
took that out, right?
Completely
Okay.
out, yep.
Thank you.
This is exactly what was approved.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so we want a motion to vote on this?
There's a motion on the table.
Okay, motion on the table.
So now either there's further discussion or you move to a vote.
I think
So
you've had
ask
the
if
further
there's any
discussion. You can
further
go ahead and take the
discussion.
vote.
Is there any further discussion on this? No, okay. Just throw the vote out there? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
So real quick, now that that's been adopted, as I mentioned earlier, it's in effect or will be signed, and this will be the final kind of leg for that Tree City USA application that I'll submit, and then hopefully hear that we received that accreditation and can get a plaque and everything. So we'll keep you updated on that. Thank you, guys.
So we can move on to unfinished business, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we'll move on to unfinished business, and it will be, yes, coffee with council. We're going to discuss the dates for January through March.
So yes, we normally do 3 months at a time, just so it's easier for you guys to schedule.
Okay.
So the days that we normally do coffee with council are the first Thursday of the month and the last Tuesday of the month. If that's dates that you guys want to change, you just need to let me know what the new pattern would be. If you do change dates, we would need to buy new banners. We have to design those and buy those, and it would take a few weeks to get them. As of now, the proposed dates are Thursday, January 28th, Tuesday, January 27th, Thursday, February 5th, Tuesday, February 24th, Thursday, March 5th, and Tuesday, March 24th.
All right, I'm going to be the one to jump in here. I'll take the one for January 8th, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m.
So, okay, we'll start January 8th, 10 to 11 a.m. Bob, would anyone else like that date?
Austin, can we talk about something? Is it possible to maybe look at putting a Saturday morning in a coffee with council?
You guys can add whichever dates you like. You guys have access to the building through your key card, so if I can't,
Well, I think she wants to, if they're going to do it, someone wants to be a publicized event. So if you guys want to work on January and what your dates are going to be, we can present a subsequent schedule at a later date. But let's go ahead and figure out January.
Okay, that's fine.
And then we'll come back.
Okay. Yeah.
So the first date's January the 8th.
Thursday, January 8th. And that's 10 to 11 a.m. as proposed.
So who's doing it?
I've got Bob, and I don't have a second
I'll do
person.
it.
You'll do it, Angel?
Yep.
Okay. The second date here is Tuesday, January 27th. That's in the evening from 6 to 7 p.m. Bob, okay.
I'll do it with Bob.
Bob and John, okay.
And then what Saturday would you guys like to pick, and who would like to do that in January?
I'm just thinking moving forward, instead of doing this
Oh,
Tuesday,
okay.
Thursday,
Okay.
to make one of those dates a Saturday, so that more people who, it's not, like the morning one, I know sometimes people work and they can't come, and then, the evening one, people with kids, it's difficult, but on Saturday mornings,
So do you want to replace the
Yes.
night one or the night one or the day one?
well, we can talk about it. We just thought maybe
And we can
Saturday.
start it in
February?
February or something, or
Okay.
March, whenever.
We will need to buy more banners for that, so we'll have to absorb that cost into our banner budget.
So we'll get some Saturdays planned for February, March, and April, or just February and March. And then we'll bring that new schedule back to you all at the January 5th meeting. And then we can make some arrangements from there.
Okay.
Is that okay with you, Austin?
Yes, let me make a note.
I got it.
I got it.
So then we can,
I can do the February 5th.
I could do that one also.
yeah, we'll wait on the February, because
Oh,
we'll,
we're
we'll
not
get
doing
rid
them all
of.
now? Just
Yeah, we'll
January?
get rid of, yeah.
Okay.
What we'll do is get rid of the morning ones starting in February, and we'll replace that with a Saturday one,
Okay.
and we'll bring that back
Okay.
at the next meeting.
I will say that I have heard that morning ones are much easier for, like, moms that have kids at school, you know?
But Saturday morning
So-
would be a morning too.
Yeah,
You don't have to worry about kids.
Well, they
Except
did.
Except sports, maybe.
Yeah, and stuff like that. So I don't know if maybe we just want to take one,
Try it.
Yeah.
one of those
Yeah.
off the thing and,
Yeah.
and add a Saturday, you know?
Yeah,
Which one's usually better attended?
yeah.
Morning, probably.
Yeah.
That's a better time for coffee, anyway.
So
Yeah.
so should we maybe replace the Thursday evening with a Saturday morning?
Yeah.
That's better?
From what
Okay.
I've heard, mornings are the better attended ones.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's do that.
We'll
then.
start that in February.
And what, is there a time y'all prefer, like 10 to 11 a.m. too?
I don't have a microphone. I'm like Bart Miguel's microphone, sorry.
We got musical
10
microphones
to,
here.
10 to 11 a.m. for that?
Yeah.
I think that's good.
I don't know, do you want to do it earlier?
I think earlier might be good. I think as you get later, I think that's when you get like the prime sports times.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
maybe
think
like 9
early,
to 10.
early is better.
9, do 9 to 10?
Yeah, 9 to 10 a.m. on Saturday?
Okay, we'll pick a couple Saturdays.
Okay. Thank you.
We can move on to, is that?
We want to
O?
consider the adoption for the revised 2026 Village Council meeting schedule.
Yep.
So I wanted to discuss something really fast, if you don't mind. Councilmember-elect Eck has some issues on Tuesdays. I don't know if you had a chance to speak to him about Mondays?
Mondays are fine.
Okay. And Councilman Markleese, do you have any conflictions with Mondays? Okay. So I think there may be a proposal to change the work sessions for Monday mornings at 9 instead of Tuesday mornings at 9. I don't think we have any conflictions with any rentals. I have not checked that, though. Austin, are you aware of anything that we have?
I'd have to pull, I didn't know that was being requested, so I would need to go through the schedule.
PRG meetings are,
PRG meetings are Tuesday mornings at 9 a.m.
okay.
Give me 1 second, I can try to pull the rental schedule.
Is there a way, while you're looking into that, we can move on to subsequent items? Come back to this one?
I can't take minutes on two at the same time, but, hold on.
I can
That's
handle
not
it.
here, that's not here, that's not here, that's not here. I don't see anything in the next 6 months for a Monday morning,
Okay.
so I think you're
So
fine.
if we want to tentatively go ahead and just put that in as a change to present to you all and what you're seeing, and if we get some time to research and have any issues where we feel like we've got to change that, then we'll come back.
As far as the other changes proposed, is there any other thing that needs to be changed? Because once we adopt the schedule, I go through and I update a lot of publications, and it takes up a lot of time to go back in and change them again and again.
So the Saturday, take the Thursday afternoon coffee with council
No, we're
off,
on
put the
meeting
Saturday-
schedule.
Oh, on this, no, I think at this moment, we're good with the first Monday evening of every month, we'll have the regular, and then the work session, the third Monday morning at 9 a.m.
Okay, we do want those, okay, those are
Yes.
going to be Mondays, so
Yeah,
work sessions to Mondays.
No,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, yeah.
Right now, the schedule is only set to change through May, so for the rest of the year, May through December, you all want those on Mondays too?
if it works for everybody, yeah.
And I'll make one note of distinction here. April 6th, the week of April 6th is spring break week for Union County. I just want to let you guys know that we do have a meeting scheduled for that Monday. I don't know if that impacts any of you here, but it is scheduled for the week of spring break.
So do we want to, for April, do we want to move it to the following week,
There's an issue
Okay.
with that date, I think.
the 13th?
I'll note, it doesn't necessarily mean that I have to be here, but I am not going to be here that
Right.
Monday, so just so you guys are aware. We would probably just try to limit the amount of stuff that's on that agenda. It doesn't mean that you guys can't do it. I'm just letting you know in advance. I generally try to be here for all the meetings, but I won't,
Back the 13th?
no, on the 14th.
Well, we can do a special meeting in April. I mean, we can, not a special meeting, but, I mean, we can move the meeting in April to, the regular meeting to another time when it's convenient, not during spring break.
That's what it looks like.
What do you guys think about April 2nd? And that's a Thursday.
That's not good for me.
No.
April 1st?
April 1st,
That's a Wednesday.
yeah, that whole week,
That's a bad week.
yeah.
Okay.
If
What
no,
about-
you also could cancel
Yeah.
April if nothing in April works, but.
Yeah, I don't-
Except that wouldn't work for budget. We still need a budget work session.
I mean, you
My
could,
April
you could
is,
cancel the work, I mean, you could
Yeah.
technically cancel it.
but
and-
it wasn't set up, so I was kind of fine.
There's not a, yeah, there,
There's another one scheduled for April 20th, and I know that's changed.
There's nothing on April 20th on the schedule.
For some reason, it's in my calendar still.
So your calendar invites say different dates because the schedule has not been adopted yet. The previous schedule that was adopted had April 20th. So if you're looking in your calendars, that's why you see that, because these changes haven't been approved yet. If these changes are approved, April 20th turns to April 6th.
What about April 22nd?
or 21st.
21st, there's a,
Your planning board, the planning board's on the 21st.
Since March technically has five Mondays, could we not do one on
statutorily, you have to have it every month.
different calendar month? Not, it's not by, okay.
So is there a reason we don't want to do it on the 20th of April? Is that too long?
That was the confliction with the YSL group, if I remember correctly. I mean, we can still do it on April 6th if that doesn't impede on y'all's plans, but I just wanted to let y'all know that it's,
Yeah.
We do offer remote participation too, so that is an option. It's a Zoom link. Just giving you your options.
I can do the 6th or the 20th.
I can do the 6th or the 20th.
Yeah, I can do either.
So the 20th?
so Chaplain is out on the 20th as well. Sorry.
My mommy's taking us on vacation.
So with work sessions moving to Mondays, I'll make those changes. The rest of the regular meetings for the rest of the year, everything May through December moved to Mondays from Tuesdays.
I was fine.
The only other Tuesday meeting you have on your schedule right now is your joint meeting with PRG. That's a Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. If you guys change that date, I need to go get them to change their schedule too.
Do we need to change it?
What are we doing with April?
It sounds like only April 6th is feasible for anyone.
Or April 20th?
Chaplain's not here,
Oh,
so
Chaplain
you don't
can't
have
be here.
legal.
Oh, okay.
I can try to make arrangements.
6th is good for me.
Okay, so we just
Six
want,
is
I know,
good for me,
It's
yeah.
just bad for, can you, are you out of the country or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
I could probably would have known.
we can probably just scale it back, and I can make sure there's nothing on there that's, that you would want to be participant in. And if so, then we can always table whatever's needed.
So the rest of the year's moving to Mondays. I need to know about the joint meeting with PRG at 9 a.m. on Tuesday, March 3rd. Because if they need to be able, they'll have to change their schedule, and I'll have to make sure they're available for that. If you want to move that one day earlier to Monday, March 2nd.
I don't think it, I mean, is everybody available on the 3rd? You're not?
It's okay.
Can you call in?
So whenever we do the joint meetings with each board, I normally cap it at the first hour.
Okay.
just because usually the board has it's their board's regular meeting too, and they have business, so your joint meeting is no longer than an hour, sometimes only 30 to 45 minutes. So it's a pretty small commitment for you all that day.
Is that an evening or morning?
It's morning, it's 9 a.m.
Okay.
You said March 2nd or 3rd?
So it's right now scheduled for Tuesday, March 3rd, 9 a.m. The joint meeting portion should be no longer than 45 minutes to an hour.
They do the 2nd, but you can't do the 3rd.
Okay.
I can do the second.
Yeah,
I can do this, I can do the second.
I'm on a flight Tuesday morning, but yeah, I'm here that Monday.
So I'm gonna move that
I
to the.
think most of the people on the PRG board are pretty flexible, so if you wanted to do it the
Yeah,
second.
and I won't
we'll check with
physically
them.
be here, but
And there's enough
I have no
time
problem with
before
it
that between
Zoom.
now and then.
Okay.
Is that morning or afternoon?
Morning.
That's
Morning.
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Then there's the council meeting that night at 5, right?
Okay.
The budget work session and the regular meeting.
Oh, yeah,
If you need me to do
yeah,
something,
yeah.
I'm
I
here.
call from the waiting room.
The rest of the year, we'll move regular meetings, moving regular meetings to the first Monday of the month. Still good, first Monday of the month for all work session, for all regular meetings.
Yeah.
I would say the only, if it's a holiday, then we might want to.
I'll plan around it.
Yeah, okay.
So regular meetings are first Monday of the month,
45 minutes to.
and then work sessions are also moving to Mondays. Those are currently set on the third Monday of
First
the
and
month.
third. First
and
for
third.
regular, third for working.
Yep.
Yes,
And then moving PRG joint meeting to Monday, one day earlier.
if we can. Yes.
Okay, so I will have that on PRG's agenda in January for them to move that date.
Okay.
I don't foresee it being a problem, but I will let you guys know.
And just send out a new calendar with the minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till I got all changes and then go do it all at once. And then I'll go in and do all the Zoom meetings, the YouTube streams, the weekly emails, the newsletters, We're good. So I just need a motion to approve as amended.
So this is a motion to basically approve the revised 2026 Village Council meeting schedule.
Yep.
Uh,
Bob?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, the next item is we're going to discuss and consider the adoption of the revised fiscal year 2026 and 27 budget timeline.
To speed this up here, because Jill's not in the room, some of the changes you all made probably will affect the budget timeline. If you'll just approve this, allowing us to amend that schedule as needed to match the schedule.
Okay.
Okay.
So that would be just a motion to adopt.
Okay.
To adopt the revised fiscal year 26-27 budget timeline as amended, allowing staff to make final changes consistent with the meeting schedule.
Okay.
Someone can say so
Motion.
moved.
Motion to approve?
Aye.
Oh, aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm good.
Got it?
Okay. All those opposed? All right, motion passes. I had a quick question about that, Austin. Does that mean that is that the timeline for her to give the finance report, or?
This is
Or is that different?
just the steps that we outline each year in the budget creation process. We assign certain things at certain dates when we're going to present things to you all, when we have you all.
It's a budget schedule.
It's budget
Okay.
schedule. It's nothing about her regular reports or anything.
Okay, got it. So when she mentioned earlier that she made a side comment that she was not making a finance report, like, you know how she'll get up and do a finance report? What's the
No, that's
schedule for
That's
that?
unrelated.
That's unrelated.
This is solely the presentation of the budget and the preparation of the budget itself.
Okay.
Of when we're going to have public hearings, when we're going to have first revisions and revenues to you guys. We're statutorily required to have a budget presented and adopted by June 30th. So this is just telling you guys we're meeting those deadlines.
Okay.
And we normally do ours ahead of time. We normally have budget adopted into May.
Okay. The next item is the discussion on trail signs, directional and no motor vehicles.
Could I move that we table 3 and 4 for our January meeting?
3 and
4 and
4, you mean
5.
4 and 5?
I'm sorry, 4 and 5, yeah, for our January meeting,
So
just
let-
because
so-
we're running long. And I'd like to have Councilman Eck here with us.
Let me type that in your system. We formally call that to defer consideration. It means to table.
So I think it's a motion to defer consideration of discussion of trail signs, directional, and motor vehicles. Someone wants to so move that?
So moved.
So moved.
So moved. Aye.
And then, Mr. Mayor, if you want to take a roll call on that vote?
Oh, yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion passes.
And then secondly, I think there's a motion to discuss and to defer discussion on the discussion of possible action regarding Resolution 2025-1002, partial acceptance of Newtown Road and repair contingency. Sorry, I wrote over myself, but if someone wants to so move that. To the January 5th meeting.
Yeah. All those in favor?
Someone so
Oh,
moved.
I thought someone,
So moved.
Angel, okay.
so moved. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed? Okay.
I'll
motion
add that
passes.
motion in when I do the minutes later. So you're going to move on to 06.
Okay. This is the discussion and possible action regarding Resolution 2025.
You just tagged.
Oh, I
you
beg your
tabled
pardon.
that.
Consider entering agreement with Dewberry for surveying, engineering, and landscaping architecture services for Marvin Eford Park Emergency Exit in an amount not to exceed $26,000, including a $5,000 contingency, and authorize manager to execute the agreement.
So real fast, Mr. Mayor, Council, this is a topic that the previous board decided was something we need to do to provide an emergency exit at Marvin Eford Park, primarily for events. When we have events, we have one in, one out, and it's difficult just to kind of expedite things. We had planned on the total project costing $30,000 with about, 5 to 10 in engineering. Ultimately, it's come back at the engineering is going to be $30,000 alone, and we need to plan for another 20 to 30 for construction. So if you guys think this is a priority and we want to do it, we want to go ahead and get these engineering plans done, but we need to also plan to budget for another $30,000 for construction in next year. So just letting you know, it came in way higher than what we expected. If this is something you guys want to move forward with, those are the implications we have to plan for construction budget after this.
The previous council, this originated a year ago, last Halloween, and one of the council members, I think the former council member, Wayne Deathridge, had been approached, I believe, by Union County Sheriff and said that if you're going to continue to have events like this, you need to have some sort of an emergency exit. Since then, this came up, I think, last month, didn't it, John? And it was like we were sitting here going, why do we want to do this? I mean, in other words, we had to cut a new path, and it became like, do we really want to do this?
Well,
And,
I think one of the biggest concerns is that when the engineering alone came back at 26,000,
Yeah.
what we were discussing is there's already kind of a partial road and there's an old gate. It actually was an entrance at one time. So there was question about, why we would need so much engineering. I believe staff did check with DOT, and, they essentially said, well, yeah, the studies have to be done to, talk about, looking at both sides. The biggest concerns I think, folks have is if we had to get people out of the park for one reason or another, and let's say there was an accident out at the main gate, we really have no other way to kind of get people out and things like that. So it's something that we need to consider. The costs are already coming in, but you're going to find that that's the case with almost everything, especially when
But I just
state
didn't see
DOT
that,
gets
as we
involved.
discussed it, we were all kind of like, why, why do we need to do this? In other words, it wasn't a mandate, it was some sort of something that was brought up by a sheriff to a council member, so it was like, why do we have to knee-jerk and spend this kind of money to do this? I mean, so that's kind of like what we were talking about. I mean, we even want to talk about maybe some of these events. The Halloween event, for all intents and purposes, invites everybody from Union County. So, I mean, you know, it's like we're spending money to bring on and entertain all of Union County. So, I mean, that's another story as far as what we do as far as events there.
Well, I think if we're going to look at potentially limiting the number of events that we do, does it make sense to, if we're not going to have that many people in Eford Park, does it make sense to, that sounds like a lot of money, and we
Yeah.
didn't budget for it, correct?
Yeah, we
So
didn't.
maybe in our budgeting process, we look for it next year, but not now, because it's not in our budget.
We budgeted 30,000. We have the money today to spend on this engineering, but we don't have the money to do the construction that goes along with the
Yeah.
engineering.
I see.
So, and it's not, just to answer some of your questions, it is not a mandate. There's nothing that says we have to do it.
Yeah.
It's something that was proposed just for a safety measure in the event that something like what you mentioned happened. So,
I mean, I agree that we do too many events, right? And I think we should take a really good look at that. And I think ideally over time, we're gonna try and expand and make it a nicer park and have more things that'll bring Marvin residents there. And maybe we'll have some things that do attract a big crowd. I don't think Marvin's necessarily the hotspot target for like terrorism or anything like that, but I think an accident or something of that nature or something could happen where people did need to get out of there, right? So I think it's a prudent thing to plan for, but I agree. I don't know if like right now is the time. I think there's a lot of things that have to happen before we get there. I kind of like tabling it.
So do we want to make a motion to table this, delay it?
if you do, I just need to know what date you want it to be tabled to.
Can we look at it for, I mean, I know we have a budget for it now, but if we have to execute it, can we maybe talk about it in our retreat?
So we can defer consideration until the January 14th council retreat.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm making a motion to defer consideration for considering and entering the agreement with Dewberry for surveying, engineering, and landscaping architecture services of Marvin Eford Park Emergency Exit in the amount to not exceed $26,000, including $5,000 with a contingency, and authorize manager to execute the agreement.
So moved.
So moved. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
You don't necessarily have to read the title every time you motion.
Oh, I don't?
You can,
Okay.
you can keep it a little more brief.
Okay.
You don't have to do it for
All right.
that much.
Motion passes. All right. How much of that would I have to read to identify?
You can just,
Like,
you
where
can
do I
just say,
stop?
you honestly can just say to defer consideration until this day, because it'll reflect it in the
Okay,
minutes.
okay,
Okay,
all right,
okay.
good. I'm glad I don't have to be that redundant, thank you. All right. Next item is new business. Consider entering agreement with the NCLM for conducting the Advancing Municipal Leaders, AML, Council Academy Training Course in an amount not to exceed $2,500.
So this is a course that the League of Municipalities is offering to us in conjunction with, I've arranged for Weddington and Waxhaw to hopefully be there. Austin is confirming those the date was, Austin, do you remember the date that we had selected?
It's Tuesday, January 13th.
It's in you guys' calendar, it's been in there for quite some time. It's $2,500 if Weddington and Waxhaw participate, which we think that they are. We would just basically evenly split that amongst all of us.
Is it for council?
Yes.
Okay.
It's for council, and it's for all council members, new, sitting. This is something that is not required. It's just something we thought would be beneficial for you all to get you in the swing of things. There's also a commitment to civility portion to this program, which I thought would be good for you guys to listen to and just kind of hear as we're taking on a new role here with the village. So again, it's not something that's required. I think it would be beneficial for you all to commit to the commitment to civility. We do have to have at least 75% of you in attendance, just so you're aware, for that portion of it. So,
What
there-
date are we talking about again?
It's Tuesday, January 13th. We're proposed to start around 10 a.m. and would finish no later than like 2:30.
so pending no further questions or objections, I just
I-
would need a motion.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion to approve,
So moved.
to consider entering into this agreement for the NCLM training.
So moved.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Motion passes. I actually already took a vacation day for that, that's why I thought, when I saw this, I'm like, oh, well, this is
I'm
still
gonna
up
be
for
there.
debate.
I'm gonna be
Okay.
there.
I'm gonna get my day back. No, I'm just kidding. No, I think extra training is good. Okay, the next item up is the discussion and the consideration of the installation of permanent trim lights at Village Hall.
So as you all heard earlier, this item is on the agenda, and it is the installation of permanent Christmas lights. I say Christmas, but holiday lights, however you want to, sorry, I shouldn't say Christmas, but it's lights in general. They could be programmed for different holidays. They would be up permanently, and they could be programmed for July 4th, Hanukkah, those kinds of things that have color schemes, Halloween, various things. It was approximately $17,000. This is just for Village Hall. I did request the vendor to give us a quote for the barn as well, but I don't have that back yet. So just this motion or this item that you see here is just for Village Hall. This is not something that we budgeted for, just so you're aware. We would have to come back and do a budget amendment, likely from fund balance to pay for this, so just.
And I will say, this was my brainchild, just because for years, I'm so frustrated, and I'm also concerned about guys getting up on a ladder, up and down, up and down. I'm concerned about that, number one, but number two, the Charlotte Trim Light, their stuff, I actually have it on my own home. It's gorgeous, it's easy to use, we can use it for every holiday, and nobody has to get hurt up and down ladders. It's permanent, one and done. I mean, it'll pay for itself after 5 years. So,
When you say permanent, is that part of their contract?
well, no, they permanently install it, and then you access it through an app on your phone, and you can program it. They have like over 1 million different color
No,
combinations.
but I mean
so-
like when lights
Yeah, the
go
bulb
out.
maintenance.
Oh, yeah, they do that too, yeah.
But is that a separate charge is what I'm, like, is that an annual
Well,
charge?
they're LED, and we've had ours for like 4 years, and I have yet to have anything. I don't know how long it is.
I think he's asking, is there like an annual
I don't-
maintenance fee or something?
No, there is not. It's one and done. So, and if you have a problem, they'll come out and service it, but,
The warranty on it?
yeah.
Okay.
So, with what we've got now, as what was brought up from a public comment this evening about this, what we've got there on there right now, who's putting that up?
Our guys are, the Public Works.
What's that?
Public Works is putting those up.
And we own those?
Correct.
And what was it, we bought those for what, around
I honestly don't know how much we
Okay.
paid for them.
3,000 or whatever it was? So, and they're up there now, we just can't change the color or
Correct.
anything like that.
Well,
And then-
they're supposed to twinkle, but it looks like some of them are burned out. We have such a beautiful village hall, and this is not conducive, I don't think personally, into,
What I'm trying to look at is if we have, if that's what it is, $17,000 to invest in this, does that over time, take care of the labor of, of the going up and the down and the chances of, you're saying, somebody getting hurt?
yes. 'Cause
Well, I mean,
they
it
don't have to get up.
it takes our guys about a day to 2 days to put them up. I mean, I know that they're up there for quite some time. I haven't calculated out the
Yeah.
labor cost, but I mean, it's, I don't know, approximately 3 guys that work on it for, a day or two.
This is nothing we need to make a decision about now. We got the lights on there
Well,
right now.
the
but-
proposal that you have presented before you offers a discount that if you do them in January, they have like I don't know, it's a per linear foot discount. If you want to table it to January, the discount's probably still there. But I do know that they were factoring in a discount into what you see.
We got this, we got a quote from them in '22, and it was $30,000. So, and now it's 16 and change.
Is that
So,
after the discount? or is
That
it
was after the discount,
after the
yeah.
discount?
So it's 16 and change, so.
There's a discount that's in the agenda packet at $3,600 for the January installation.
I think it's. I agree with Angela on one thing. I think how we market Marvin, be it lights, be it roundabouts, is very important, in my opinion. And I happen to agree with her point of view on that. I think it's worth doing. But we can table.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of homes that have it done. We have a bunch in our neighborhood, and it's gorgeous. I mean, you get what you pay for. It's nice, you know. And being able to light it up for different holidays has value. And anyone who's ever bought workers' comp insurance for employees, like ladders, they freak out about ladders. That's a really, really big deal, especially really high ladders.
Is this something we would have to put out for bid, though?
Not at this, no. I mean, you guys have a financial policy that says that you should get quotes for vendors that are over 10,000. We waive that constantly. I mean, if you can maybe just make a motion and put it in the motion to waive the financial.
It's already in there. You have a
Okay.
motion, you have a motion in your system to waive the two-quote requirement.
It's not that is not a legal requirement. It's a policy that you guys have to attempt to get more quotes for things. But the legal threshold really only comes into play when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, so.
So can I make a motion that we vote on it?
Yep, there is a motion in your system, so you can read that yeah. You can read that motion if you want.
Okay. I don't have to read it?
I can read it if you want.
Oh,
Were you going
I'll
to ask,
let-
though, about the two more bids?
It's in there, it's in the
there.
no,
motion.
no,
yeah.
it's okay.
Oh, it's in
Yeah,
there,
it's,
okay.
no, he said we
Okay, I'm
could do
sorry.
that for this, so.
Okay.
There is a motion to waive the two-quote requirement of the village's procurement policy and authorize the manager to execute an agreement with Charlotte Trim Lights at a cost not to exceed $17,000 for installation of permanent trim lights at Village Hall and direct staff to prepare a budget amendment from fund balance.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, motion passes. The next thing here is, let's see here, P3. Discuss and consider approval of scope of work with Central Lina Regional Council for the facilitation of strategic planning session at the Village Council Annual Retreat at a cost not to exceed $1,500 and allow manager to execute the agreement.
Do we want to do that?
So this is really a facilitator for your retreat. There's some other things that are listed in the agreement that you can look at in your agenda packet that kind of outlines the scope of what they would be doing, but essentially it's a facilitator for the retreat. It's not a requirement. We don't always do this at our retreat. We didn't do it the last time. It's just something that we wanted to propose to have a facilitator your first time. So there's nothing that says you have to do it, but it is there on the table if it's something that you guys want to do.
The previous board did find this helpful in 2020 to really kind of get them into that retreat, strategic planning mode, and they helped them for the next few years, so.
I thought the last couple of years, you know, you did a splendid job, and the staff did a splendid job of describing what their goals are, what they were going to do, and especially last year, you know, we had a good focus of where we saw ourselves a year from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. And I thought that was well done. Would it be, I'm just asking this, and John, you know, I can bounce this off of you based off of the fact that we were there. Would it be a good thing to forego it this year and bring them up to speed of what we did last year and kind of repeat that instead of, the facilitation was good, that was in 2020.
That's what we did at Firethorn, yeah.
Yeah. It was good, but what I'm saying is, I thought what we've done over the past few years, a couple of years, was really great. You guys did a super job. So it was like, it would bring them up to speed, what we did, and then maybe look at it next year, go through a full year and say, okay, this is what we talked about last year, you know, like a review.
Yeah, I can handle it. It's totally fine if we want to do it that way. So,
Yeah, I guess I'd need to understand better what the facilitator would really be doing, because, you know, a lot of what we were discussing is things that you have the expertise about.
Yeah.
That a facilitators, you'd have to get them up to speed on many of those things anyway.
Last year, I mean, the year of 2020 is what grew out and eventually grew to the grill bonds. It was, am I correct by that?
I mean,
Somewhat.
A lot more went into that than just that.
Yeah, just that, I understand. but it was, what do we want to do? That sort of a thing. Well, you know, we've been carrying on, and it's like we're on a roll, so to speak.
The only benefit that I would say to having this year versus, subsequent years or me doing it, is the things that people could provide areas of thinking processes that maybe I just don't possess. And so that's the only really thing that I would think would benefit at this point in time. And if you guys want to do the first year and just let me handle it, and then if there's things that you guys think of that we want to come back and get some more expert opinions on other things, we can definitely do that. So it sounds like there's a consensus to maybe postpone this into
Yeah.
another. Okay, so we can just, we won't move forward on that.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion is to,
There's no, you don't have to proceed
there's
with the
no,
motion.
nothing, okay.
We can just move on.
All right. Next thing here, let's see here. Are we considering the adoption of the amendments to the personnel policy?
So that would be me, Mr. Mayor. So a couple of things that I've got noted in your agenda packets. We do have a personnel policy. We have a couple of sections that I've proposed to update. The first thing being on-call and callback pay. This is essentially having our public works guys, if there is an event that they need to be on call or to come back for, inclement weather, there's a tree that's fallen down that's blocking a road or anything that's related to some level of emergency response in terms of callback. That's just putting some parameters in motion. The on-call pay is a nominal $2 an hour, and it would only go into effect during certain hours. I think it's 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. So if there's, a snowstorm that's projected to happen tonight, we would just make sure that the guys are on standby, and they would receive $2 an hour during that time. If they are called back for whatever reason, they have a callback minimum of 2 hours. If it takes 30 minutes for them to reconcile whatever the issue is, they would get paid 2 hours, but it would be at their normal rate. So that's the first thing. And I'm just going to pause for a second on each one of these in case y'all have any questions. Any questions on that piece?
I've got a comment.
Okay.
I like the idea. I think the $2 is way, it's almost offensively low.
Okay.
If I'm going to be working for you and you say, Bob, can you go out and shovel snow all night for me? And oh, by the way, I'll give you $2 an hour to do it.
Well, I think that's just the on-call while you're waiting, if
That's-
you don't
yeah.
get called.
That's the on-call portion.
Well, yeah, but I mean, even that.
Once they got called, then they would actually get their regular pay, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, but if I'm on call, let's say I've given up a night with my family, I've given up whatever I had planned, and $2 just seems woefully low in today's environment. I mean, if we're gonna do it, I would just recommend something a little bit more than $2.
Do you know what other municipalities know?
I did not research that a
Okay.
ton, no. I mean, I did research
And
some,
currently,
but it
they're
was a
not,
lot.
they're doing it without any pay for on-call, correct?
Say that again?
Currently, they're doing it essentially without any
Correct,
on-call pay.
Yeah. Does anybody want to propose a different amount?
I wish we knew a standard or a
Yeah.
benchmark.
Yeah.
I agree with Bob on this. I think $2 is too low, but we need to find what the
Yeah,
benchmark is.
I do too.
Okay.
So that,
Yeah.
Well, we can start with, we can approve this. If you guys are willing to approve it, we can approve it as is. I can go back and do research and come back and amend it later. If That's,
So as somebody who had an on-call job once
Please cover
upon a
us for any
time
calls that
in
we
tech,
have in
right?
December, January.
So we would rotate, and there was always somebody on call, right? So your thing would come up, and it's Tuesday evening or whatever. And for the most part, you went on with your life. But if something happened, you were like Superman, to jump into action and do your thing. And that was just part of the job, right? If you did get called, you got paid, and it was more than your regular amount. So it was like, yay, that was cool. But there wasn't anything just for being on call, because a lot of times I think, especially if it's weather related, like you don't get called, right? Like we might get snow, it might be really bad, but then it rains, or it doesn't snow, or it doesn't, it
So would you
melts.
do like time and a half if you had to call them in?
I would be more inclined to do something like that. Like if you had to come, yes, I think we should pay them. I think time and a half is probably reasonable,
Okay.
you know? But I think just being on call, I don't know, but I might be wrong. This was, like I said, I was in tech a million years ago, right? So like I might be a dinosaur about this, and that might be completely out of touch.
Bad idea.
That's not a bad idea at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I just
So,
think the
hang
$2
on, let me make sure I'm understanding. So get rid of the on-call, but replace it with callback at time and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're on call, like, you're not getting anything extra, but if we do need you at 10 because a tree fell down and we need someone to remove it, it's time and a half.
How do we reserve that person, though, to open up their day and keep
that's-
them available
that's the
if
only
something
problem.
did happen?
And it's not just, it's
Because
just
you're
keep
paying
in
for
mind
their
it's-
time,
yeah.
you're paying for their idle time, their free time is what you're doing. I mean, essentially,
Yeah.
you're,
I mean, they have to be within, and let's be honest, you can't drink anything.
Right.
Right.
You can't, you have to be within a certain radius of responding in a certain time. So you're basically geographically limiting that person during that time that they're on call.
So,
Is it just one person?
No, it would be majority of our public works staff, so.
So 4 people?
Yeah.
so my company that I work with, we have technicians that may get called after hours for certain clients to fix equipment. The method that we do is, we do pay them to be on call, and that's a pretty limited amount because many times they don't get calls. But then if they do get called, similar to what Fred said, they do get, a bonus. I don't know that it's time and a half or time and a quarter or what, but
But they do get something for on-call?
they do get something for on-call, and they do get a bonus if they actually have to go out.
So here's, I just calculated these out real fast. $2 an hour equates to $20 a period. So it's a 5 to 7 timeline. If I added my numbers right, that's 10 hours. That would be a $20 paycheck for being on call. So it is nominal. The callback pay itself is just your regular hourly rate. So if you want to bump maybe the on-call up, if you want to go that route, or if you want to go this route, I can speak to the guys and see what they think is fair. But I do think some level of on-call needs to be kind of considered, just based on the fact that we're limiting the.
I love that, what you just said. We're sitting here in a think tank. What the heck do they think? What would they want? Let's ask them. That's a great idea, is just sit there and go, guys, what do you think? How would you tell us what you would think is
So
fair?
what do you think is fair?
And I think checking with other municipalities is important too, just because, there's definitely, we compete with them too for people, as we've seen with Public Works,
They're great guys. They all would have they'd give us,
So for the
our
ti-
marching orders.
So let me just ask this, for the time being, this is what I'm proposing is very nominal in terms of it's a $20 a night.
Yeah, let's
thing.
do this, and then,
Yeah, and then
Do you
adjust
guys,
it.
are you guys okay with going with this for now and letting me do a little bit of research? And
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. So there's that. Can I move on to something
Yeah.
else? Okay. The second thing, and honestly too, I wanted to mention this, this will only be into effect if I dedicate it to be into effect. So it's not like they're gonna be on call tonight for no reason. I would have to basically tell them that they're gonna be on call, so I would enact that. Okay, second thing, bereavement, just added the word significant other because we didn't allow that before. The third thing is maternity and paternity leave. We don't currently have any maternity or paternity leave that's a paid paternity leave or maternity leave. You can get your FLMA or use your sick time if you needed to use that, but we don't have anything that offers an incentive for paid leave. We did check with our surrounding municipalities. Weddington and Waxhaw both offer something. Waxhaw was very surprised to see that they offered 12 weeks of paid leave. That's obviously not something that we can stomach. What I thought was a reasonable thing that would be appropriate for us and how small we are was 2 weeks. So I'm proposing to do a 2 weeks of paternity and maternity leave. Now, that's not to say that the person can't take 12 weeks or more based on FLMA and their vacation, or their sick leave, but we would offer 2 weeks paid maternity or paternity. Are there any questions on that or any apprehension? Anybody, everybody, okay? Okay. Another section that we had to amend was some continuation of insurance benefits, just some language changes that were required based on some changes that we made. We don't really have a lot of say-so in that one. And then the second thing was retirement benefits. There were some legislative changes that were made that required us to start compensating for retirement benefits right when an employee is hired, not 30 days after, so we had to remove that provision due to statutory changes. Any questions on any of those? And then the last one is the health incentive program that I'm proposing. This is basically a way for us to incentivize our employees to be healthier people. The League of Municipalities canceled their pool in April of this year, which basically canceled our ability to commonly pool with other smaller municipalities and larger municipalities that weren't self-insured. And we are now our own kind of pocket of insurance. So we're just trying to do what we can to incentivize people to, like I said, be a healthier employee so that our rates at some point will be lower, or at least sustain a lower level. The benefit that I'm proposing here is up to $500 a year per employee based on these types of things, majority of that being a gym membership. And then it would also be dependent on what is allowed in the budget. So if we have money to budget for it, then great. If we don't, it's obviously going to be a reduced benefit. And that is the gist of the proposals.
So we would pay for a gym membership?
Yes. Well, we would reimburse up to $40 a month.
Okay.
Now, all of these things added up don't necessarily equal $500, but some people don't smoke. So a succession planning, they're not going to get the $100 incentive if they complete a program because they're not going to complete it. They don't have that opportunity. So various things would add up to $500, but some things don't apply to some people because it just doesn't apply. So that's the gist. Any questions on any of that? Comments, concerns?
From my perspective, I see most of these things as all things that, my company does from a wellness perspective.
So pending no further questions or concerns, I'm just asking for a motion to approve those changes, and I will do some further research to present future changes on the on-call and callback.
So moved.
So I'd like to make a motion to adopt the amendments to the personnel policy as presented.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, the next item is open topics.
You don't have anything, you just move on. So that's up to you
Move
guys.
on, okay. Review of action items.
All right, so let me scroll back. Christina's obviously going to do her research on the callback for the personnel policy. You guys said no to Central Atlanta for the facilitator, so we'll not do that. We're going to execute the agreement with Charlotte Trimlights. We'll proceed with the league training course with Weddington and Waxhaw. We're waiting to hear back from them. You guys have tabled the Marvin Iford Park discussion, the emergency exit to the retreat. You tabled Newtown Road and directional signs to the January regular meeting. We're going to make the necessary changes to the village council meeting schedule and budget timeline. We're going to pick some Saturdays. We're going to replace the night coffee with councils with Saturday sessions, and we'll order banners for that, and that'll be from 9 to 10 a.m. on certain Saturday mornings. We are going to codify the text amendment with Chapter 93 that was in the public hearing. We're going to proceed with the purchase of beer and wine for the annual volunteer appreciation event. Scroll back. We're going to move forward with communications regarding the Mayor's Monarch Pledge now that that's been signed. And that looks like it's about it.
Okay, and move on to council comments.
You got review of the ongoing
Oh,
action
I
items
beg your
first.
pardon. Review the ongoing action item list.
So just to
We
introduce.
just conclude it, correct?
So
We're
there's
concluded?
There's a, on your very last page of your agenda, there's what's called a Village Council ongoing action list. And this is essentially things that Austin just read that were read out that have been assigned, if people want to just check in to see where we're at on certain things. If you don't have it handy, I can, do you have it? Okay.
Yeah.
It starts on the page before.
It has everything on there that we either have in progress or on hold from previous meetings. There are certain things on there that's really old. There's one from 2021, for example. So This is how we give you all updates on things that are in progress. If there's anything you guys want to take off or change, you just let us know. And I'll add the stuff from today's meeting to this after the meeting, and you guys will have an updated one at the next meeting.
This is also a way for us to kind of gauge your priorities on certain things. If we think that something is a high priority versus a low, we'll add it in here, and it's just a way for you to say, no, this is actually something more important than, you've got labeled here, or vice versa.
It's things that we want to continue tracking, even if they're not necessarily prioritized for a given meeting.
It just helps us so nothing falls through the cracks, because we walk away from meetings with a lot of things on our list.
If there's no questions on it, then we're good to go on to the next topic, which is
Okay. Which is council comments, and I'm happy to go last, so.
So if you just want to assign, whoever wants to speak first, if you want to go around the table.
Yeah, we'll go around the table. John?
Just want to welcome the new council members and look forward to working with you on these and all the issues that we'll have to come. Also want to very much thank again the previous council for all the work that they have done and helping me as I grew into the position, I guess. But that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you to staff for working hard. I know you've been working really hard, and we're up for the challenge. And thank you for the warm welcome, and look forward to working with you guys.
Yeah, welcome to the new council, and, as you've seen tonight, there's kind of like this learning curve. Be patient with yourselves. Just, you'll catch up, so, welcome.
Thanks.
Just look forward to working with everybody, and I think we'll accomplish a lot this coming year.
I want to thank staff. You guys put a tremendous amount of work into this, and it's very appreciated. Thank you all. Thank you for the warm welcome from everybody, and I look forward to working with all of you.
So I just want to say, thanks to staff, obviously. Thank you, for Deputy Swan being here. And I want to thank you all for being patient with me. First night, rusty. Don't worry, I'll get out my WD-40. We'll get this thing oiled and get it going well. This trusty file that Austin gave me today will be very, very helpful. And I'll be studying it on weekends, so I'm extremely familiar with it. So I had to get past the learning curve of some of the technology. And now, and I will study hard on this, so you guys can expect a little bit better performance from an efficiency standpoint, but I can't wait to work with you guys and gals. I think it's going to be great. I think this is a great mix, and I think we're going to accomplish great things. And I'm going to be leaning on my senior guys here for help, so that I can learn more. And Bob, welcome. And everybody have a great evening. Thank you. And make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes. Good night, everybody.
Oh my God, you did fine.
Joe,
Well,
you have one thing to sign.
I'm gonna come in and talk to you, so you can tell me when I need to apply a motion and when not, because
That's fine.
I get confused.
Who made that motion to adjourn, by the way?
I did motion to adjourn.
Hello,
I did it
friends.
at
Thank you
10:23.
for coming today.
Hold on.
Good to see you, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Just two cards.
That was a long.
It's in his, I gave it to him. It's either I handed it to him or it's in his box.
Yeah.
I still got to program them.
Yeah, the closed session was a lot.
Appreciate your patience there.
Absolutely.